Where have you been, man? I haven't seen you in forever. Have you DRS as a kamikaze style tactics?
Inside. It's like a virtual camera
Yeah,
or
I can
something
see
that I had to
Houston
add.
and he can see me, but you
Yeah.
guys can't see him.
Just twiddling thumbs and waiting. Yeah.
I think
With the gherkinator. Um, yeah, it's every day something weird happens, makes us all go, huh. And I just like being able to do
Hmm. Good morning, guys. Sorry about that. It's very bright in here, so I'm trying to fix that. Ah, nope, that's not working. Oh, I know what it is. What the fuck? Oh my god. Looking great. Thanks. There we go. First day on the job. Just about. This gritty noir is getting out of hand. Hey, look, we're popping up just over 200 going into open. I don't want to pay my electric bill. This is why we can't have nice things. I think that's what makes our things nice. Yeah, cat's looking pretty good in the pre-market. Um, I think the infrastructure bill passed. Oh, 23andMe had a like very good earnings, I think, for anybody who's in that. Um, Spy's coming back up. Evergrande went up last night. Oh, that reminds me. I need to check something here about Baba. Baba might rip today. Just side note. Or at least maybe not rip, but it's probably going to run a little bit. Oh, look, Mark Genworth Financial. So the Chinese markets all did really well last night. Spies coming up this morning. It's usually a good recipe for Baba to bounce off of its floor. That's awesome, man. I'm glad to hear it. Is it too late to get into me? No. Do you want to? I'm not sure. Like it's a solid earner, but it's not very fun or super profitable. I think people have just been buying December 1250s on the dips and selling them at 1250. Beyond Meat had terrible earnings. Yeah, really bad. Rug pull raspberry. I heard the sentiment over on his chat was that people were not enjoying the newer take on their favorite popcorn stock. How do you give someone a fucking bent fork? What the fuck? So you had $100 in your Fidelity account that got denied for options. What would you buy? Oh, Daniel Taylor. You need to go back to work for Wendy's. Yeah, they gave me a fucking bent fork. Look at this shit. You guys can't see it. It's... Why am I so dark? Whoa. There we go. Now I just need to filter that shit out. Uh, nope. Ah, annoying. There we go. That's on Tastyworks. It's all right. I've used it before. What sort of fucking omelet is that? I'm trying to eat at all the new places in my neighborhood. I'm trolling AMC on Reddit. Should I waste my energy or buy more GME? Why not both? No, I'm happy today. I'm going to stay brightly lit. Love the Houston Wade stream last night. Please ask everyone not to urge him to chug any alcohol. His fiance was killed by a drunk driver a couple years ago, and he doesn't drink because of that. Awkward. That's really sad. Don't do that, guys. Yeah. I did not know that. Do you ever worry that your abruptness with Moon may give rise to his supervillain arc? No. Do you still think you can get rich off Jamie without options? Yeah. I already have. No, I do. Well, Sally Snipes, we can look at that on option strat. Yeah. Let's see. So, if they were to buy weeklies, at what price was it? 510. And we ran. No. No, it's not profitable. You'll just lose $3 a contract. You'd have to run a lot. I guess if implied volatility shoots up, they could like 100x that $3. IV will probably go up. I don't know if it'll go up to 1500, but um they might make a few bucks. They're not easy to trade, the super far out of the money ones. I have a limit on how high I can take the price here, but it doesn't look super great. Maybe a little closer. I know like 350s. 350s can be very profitable. Or 300s. Ding ding. Yeah, no problem. Maybe worth adding that even those that buy shares may never get them at pre-November 24th prices again. It's true. That was true in February also, right? Like we've never been to $40 again. Thanks, Sir David P. Doing a slight dip. 23andMe rocketing. Cat coming up very nicely. And with volume, which is rare. Prague still kind of sucks. Baba's doing weird things. Hmm. I've never had that issue with option strap before. It's usually pretty spot on. Sometimes you have to refresh it. If you go from like one contract to another, it'll mess up. You check out SoFi, volume's crazy, but what's the price doing? Nothing. Did they have earnings today? Or did they have earnings today? What is DD behind the Cat 222? The Cat 220s? I've been playing Caterpillar for weeks. It's just infrastructure play. They were the largest lobbyist, I think, for the infrastructure bill, or second largest. I'm feeling a little bit better today. I gotta say, the weirdest thing about being a YouTube streamer is definitely eating meals in front of thousands of people. Yeah, guys, if you can, just tag me if you have a question for me, just so it highlights it in chat. If you're gonna eat, might as well make it ASMR and get that crowd in here too. It's less than 900 people. Well, that's nice. Slow morning. Drop a like if you guys can. Got an omelet. IV was auto sliding. Yeah, usually each contract will have a different IV scale based on its current IV. How would you play NVIDIA earnings without getting IV crushed? Leaps? Yeah, you could use leaps. You could use quarterlies. Probably. Quarterlies are in December, so you could use quarterlies. You shouldn't see too much IV crush. Carlos, I think that'll be different when I go to buy those contracts. What is the Jimmy floor for holders? Can options get you real money? I mean, yes. That's they are purchased with real money and sold for real money. Lots and lots of money. They represent 100 shares, right? So if we go to from 200 to 250 and you have one options contract at 200, you get 50 times $100 plus IV. Nope, none of that's writing on the screen. Because fucking Epic Pen. Hold on. It'll change because you're going to buy them that week. Yes. So the price of those contracts, their break-even points, those are all going to change. I think no. I think don't get me wrong. I think Moass can really take off. I think it's the market psychology will prevent most people from realizing those gains. But I've been surprised before, especially by retail. I'm listening on Discord and it's completely silent. Well, that's very odd. Is it possible that it's on your end? Check your audio settings for Discord. Thanks for letting me know, Big Dilly. It's a big room. It's one of the biggest rooms I've ever seen in New York City. It's very odd. It's bigger than the bedroom that I have in this apartment. Yeah, I know there's a lot of reverb. Are you in a Macy's foyer? No, Starbucks bathroom. Oh. See, they have to hedge them, Tammy. So when the stock squeezes and they can no longer hedge, those contracts get blown up. Why? Guys, don't ever contact Rocket Mortgage for any reason whatsoever, or allow them to get a hold of your phone number. They're the worst. Should I sell BTC for GME? That's up to you, man. I don't know. Do you want to own GameStop and not Bitcoin? I've blocked their number repeatedly. They keep calling me from different ones. This is the single best piece of info you have shared. Why me go up? Oh, they had really good earnings. Cat's moving very nicely now. I think they beat earnings by like 62%. Jimmy's coming up a little bit. It's because the market probably is. Nope, it's not. That's a lie. Wait, oh, did the market come up in pre? Yeah. So the market's up a little bit. Curious. Baba consolidating. I don't really know what that's gonna do. This is nice. Hey, Girk, I've been trying to reach you. Give us a call back when you can. God damn it. Whichever Dan that was. Fuck you. Today's Veterans Day in the U.S. See a vet, thank a vet. Thanks to all the veterans here. I know what it is. I don't. I don't know how to find a vet. I know a guy who was in the military. I don't know if I'd call him a veteran of anything. I think he spent a lot of time jerking off on base for about 4 years. Then he told everyone he hurt his back, which I'm pretty sure is absolutely fine. I know a veterinarian. El Barto, Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street are against Moass. Could they not sell their shares on the market to recreate the FTD reduction that happened during the GME ATM stock offering, therefore reducing potential price improvement for November, February window? Hold on, Alberto. Okay, not all those institutions are against Moass. State Street, BlackRock, and Vanguard own GameStop because it's in their ETFs. If the price of GameStop goes up relative to the NAV of the ETF, they have to buy more of it. GameStop was moved to indexes in the on the downside of the June July run up. And those indexes, it wasn't weighted as heavily, and so they sold. But they cannot move out of their position on such short notice if they track an index. They have to track the stocks in that index. And if GameStop is the largest stock by market cap, they have to buy more of it. So actually, it's likely that in the event of Moass, those ETF buy-ins could further the squeeze. No. Not a rip, but it's cool. Is it too late to chase me? I don't know what the upper range on it is. There's going to be a lot of bag holders at 1350. I also think 1350 might be its high. Let me check. I guess it has some potential up to like $18. So maybe not, but I don't know how long it's going to take for it to realize that. You still think Moass start from end will take a month? 20 trading days, maybe. It depends on how quickly people sell and how quickly they're able to cover and close their short positions, or the DTCC is able to close them. Praise in England is non-existent compared to America. You never answered my question from Houston's stream. I don't know what it was, man. There's probably profits that should be taken. I don't know. That's up to you, man. Don't ever be afraid to take profits, but also don't leave a shitload of money on the table. They beat earnings by 63%. I think they could do a little better than a $1.56 climb. Yeah, I think Cat can push through 210. It has pretty recently. It's consolidating. Remember, it's a slow mover. This is not like a good day trade stock. How's Jimmy doing? All right, now. Interesting. Visa tanked again. If you were looking to invest 2,000 in options before the end of the year, so this is like when you guys ask me these with real money figures, I can only really give you the same answers. It's difficult, but there's a line there that I can't cross. If I were looking to buy options this year, I would probably be buying GameStop options sometime in later November, and then again for February of next year. So I'm officially taking control of my pickle and gherkin it. Thanks for sharing the knowledge, bro. Awesome, Astron. Good for you, man. There's no shame in that. I did buy my first option in AMC 1119 37 put out of spite. I think there's a good chance we'd retest support at 37 or 35. How did I do? Probably okay. Yeah, give it the rest of the day. See how these fare. You might have bought a little below. What's max pain? Do you know? Did you DRS? Like since last night, Brad? What's your opinion on log the float? I don't think it's going to happen. I think we might get close, but we don't need to. We only need to log. We only need to register like 20-30% of the float for it to have the desired effect. Nice. And right back down again. You still bullish on IRNT? I mean, no. I never was. All the money I've made off IRNT was shorting it after everyone pumped it. I just think it'll bounce off that low again at some point. But not anytime soon. What would be the difference in strikes as you step up the ladder? Oh, further and further out of the money. That's up to your risk tolerance. Thanks, Ryan. When you're setting stop limits to exit a position, like in your Moass strategy, how do you decide how far below your stop limit should be? Well, Phil, a good way to do that is usually the candle immediately after the peak is going to have high volatility, as the buy and sell pressure are very even, but sell pressure is winning out, right? And you'll see the wicks on this candle will extend further. And then as it consolidates more, the volatility will drop off, right? And so a good place to set a stop is slightly like within a couple percent of that volatility wick. Because it's likely that when it drops or bounces, when the volatility picks back up, it won't be more volatile than the previous one. Now, sometimes it is, and you fill, but you know, if you're breaking up your position, then it shouldn't be a problem. It's 300% IV conservative, and I'm using option strat. I'm not sure what IV went to the last runs. Trying to find info, but it's behind paywalls. Yeah, it is. I think in August, IV went from it was like 83 at the money to like 197, so about double. So you're bag holder bullish? No, I don't have any bags on IRNT. Weren't you here, Dan Almighty, when we did the puts? We did big puts on IRNT and made a bunch of money. I just think it's still has value as a stock, and it will run. It also has a ton of short interest still. I unfortunately think it will most likely run around the time GameStop does, but what strikes do you like for November 26th? Currently, um, you know, trading at like 200, I like 210, 220, 240s, or 50s, either one, depending on which has the better IV, lower IV. One of these will usually have lower IV than the other, and it's usually the 240s, 300s. These are the strikes I like right now. If we drop below 200, 200 absolutely gets added on there as my near the money. No, not a new chair, same chair. Yeah, I made money on me. Cool, man. Am I gonna end up bag holding this? I don't think so. You bastard. Okay. Cat, what doing? So there's a lot of bag holders at 13.50 on this stock that were buying it on its last run up. It's basically dipped ever since then with a couple tests. I think today's a test also. So when it hits that 13.50 resistance, expect it to drop as it did here. And then slowly climb back up. It's usually not super quick. Volume shockingly low today, given how well they did at earnings. Cat looks good. Nice descending wedge, sort of. What the fuck was that? Oh man. Visa just can't catch a break. Jimmy finding support at 200. So this channel is ideal for them to crush IV. Once IV is down significantly, they'll short. Usually, so we should see some shorting occur in the probably next week. I would imagine that'll play out after the gamma exposure. Oh, what's volume? Oh, people hate it when I predict flat. I do too. Predicting flat is the worst. So my two DTE GME 510s, I think, gonna print. Absolutely fucking not, Carl. I went over that. Maybe sold you better after Black Friday. That should be priced in. Profits for me beat expectations 62%, believe it or not. Also down. UWMC beat expectations, down it goes. Market works in mysterious ways. Like VWAP. I mean, you're just discussing like two stocks that have a lot of short interest. We'll be closing some of your 1126 weeklies on the peak in case we don't see a lot of movement on the 24th. Maybe. It depends on how much we move on the 23rd. I mean, I'm looking at like 250 and above as my price target. A user. Jeremy Davis. Dude, thank you. I'm a poor who will have enough to buy 1-2 February expiry calls on a certain stock. My question is, let's say I spend 1,200, 2,000 on option. How does exercising options work? What are the qualifications I have to exercise, or can I just exercise once they're in the money? Any option in the money can be exercised. Ideally, you want the price to be at least like double your strike. So if the price goes up, so you have a 300C and the price goes up to $600, the value of the contract is more than the value of the underlying shares. So you should be able to, you can either sell it and buy 100 shares, or you can exercise it if you have cashless exercise, or sell to exercise, or sell to cover, I believe is what it is. And then but in all those instances, you have to call your brokerage, and they will exercise it for you unless it's a Friday and it's going to auto exercise. If you have two contracts, you can sell one contract, exercise the other with the profits. But you don't need any special qualifications to do that. And your brokerage / well, the market maker who wrote the contract for you that you bought has T+0 to deliver those shares to you. Does WeBull have cashless exercise? I don't know what the fuck WeBull has. I'll probably just sell one contract, exercise the others. So I'll sell half and then exercise the other half for whatever I have in WeBull. That's what I did in March with the contracts I had on here. Do you think me has room to run, or is $13 going to be hard to push past? Yeah, I think 1350 is going to be hard to push past. Like, this is a good moneymaker, as Cat has been for the last couple of weeks. Sometimes you have these uninteresting plays, right? They don't go to the fucking moon, but they do this. They'll do this thing where they chop in a channel, right, of like $5, or it doesn't even have to be $5 if you're using options. It can be like $1 or $2. And you can just play the up and down and up and down and up and down on each of these bounces. Cat's been great for that. Over the last several weeks, Cat has dipped below 200 a bunch of times and then immediately gone back to like 206 and then below 200 and then back to 206. And it's just a, like, those are the stocks that pay your bills when you're a trader. As a day trader, how much does capital gains tax affect the price you sell at? Do you always consider it when taking profits? No. I basically never consider it. You just take, don't let that factor in. If you're day trading properly, and you've built up some enough capital for capital gains tax to matter, you don't give a shit. Ugh. Who just gives someone white toast? 1 second, guys. Absolute fucking degenerate. I'm back. I've just been playing monthlies. GME is at $200.94. You didn't mute the mic on the way out. Oh, whatever. Yeah, I mean bread. David El Cinco. They gave me 2 pieces of fucking white toast, and the butter's not even melted. Trash. I wouldn't feed that to a rat in the street. Stop pretending like I live with you, Dan Almighty. Thanks, Matt. I appreciate that, man. Good morning, Gherkitos. I watched Wade plus you last night. Just want to say thanks for teaching everyone and thanks for being you. Don't forget health greater than money. You look like you've gained weight in the years. Thanks, Nanny so. I haven't even been on here years. It's like a half. Are you negging me? I don't know how I feel about this. I'll have you know I lost 5 pounds this month. You just can't see it on the stream. I lost it all from my ass area. It's been 7 years. The camera adds 10 pounds. Don't worry about it. Well, now you've given me an eating disorder. I hope you're happy. I can't even finish my fucking toast. Why am I trading in Great British pounds? What the fuck are you talking about? How many cameras are on me? Just the calf camera and the stream camera. Given we've seen trades be internalized for the T+2, shifting the date. Oh. They can't internalize hedging, first of all. And I don't think we saw internalization last Wednesday, if that's what you're talking about. I thought at the time that may have been internalizing and then realized that it was in fact just the ETF settlement period. Paper traded some SPY options this week, made some fake money, ready to start Monday with real money. Are you sure? Don't tell them about the secret pigeon whale benefits. It really is as simple as saying fuck you, Pi-Fi. Fuck you too, Carl. Thanks for all you do. Appreciate the extra 10 minutes of ASMR every day on Discord audio after your stream. For sure, Spork. Someone made money on the SPY this week. I only lost monies. Well, there's always another side to every play. What do you really think of Houston's sell target starting at 100K? I mean, I, I, I agree with what I said last night. You know, if you really have just fucking no clue what you're doing in the markets, and you know you're not like a professional trader, um, that's a pretty good way of exiting, right? Like, you know, if you have XX shares and you're just trying to make good money off the trade and you're just hitting that upper limit every time, then um it's not the worst. I think mine's better, obviously. But it does require a little bit of proficiency and a little bit of practice. So I think the risk there is that if it doesn't hit the price targets you expect, like if it doesn't hit that next limit, then what do you do? Like, say you sell it 100, and then, you know, you sell it 150, and then you sell it, you know, 300, and then like 600, and then 900. But what if it like, and then you go to sell it like 1.2, but it hits like 1.1, and then like you've only sold 3 shares. I don't know. The way my exit strategy is designed, you can leverage your percentages based on, like, you're flexible with your position based on what the stock's doing. If the stock starts coming down, you can accelerate your exit. If the stock, you know, is going up, keeps going up, you can slow your exit down. I agree with what I said, Girk. 2021. How's your discussion last night blown up all over the GME subs? It's literally an answer to everything with market mechanics. Has it blown up? I don't think so. How's it not blown up? People are obsessed with DRS because the mods that don't really know anything about the markets have promoted it excessively. And while DRS is a way, I don't think it is the most efficient one currently of creating Moass. But mine is complex, right? Like, you guys have had weeks to sit in here with me and discuss this theory and see questions asked and answered about it. And, you know, you've built that knowledge, and it's not simple, right? I mean, it is, and that I can just be like, the stock's going to go up in this period. But that doesn't really lend a lot of credence to the theory. And when you start to present the evidence, it gets very convoluted very quickly because there's so many moving parts. This is why I kept all of, like, the DD a secret for so long. You know, it was why it was difficult to think of a way to present it, but you know, time and opportunity forced me to move a little faster than even I wanted to. Wasn't Jamie's soul plan similar? I don't know what his exit strategy is. I'd imagine it'd be a little more technical, as Jamie's a trader, right? How do you know you can exit once it comes down? Can't some clown just enter a bunch of cheaper sell orders? I don't think you can exit once it's coming down. Once the squeeze is over, there's no exiting anymore. No one's gonna buy your fucking shares at, you know, millions of dollars a share unless they absolutely need them, right? Someone just said to use only use limit sells during Moass. This is still true. Stop limits are, I think, the ideal sell order, but not everybody has access to those. So sometimes you have to act as your own stop. Profit. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream's over. I appreciate the support, man.
I want to be a billionaire, so drinking back. Crazy rapper, hashtag not a call.
I'm sorry. I don't know why I was up so loud. Oh, because you guys made me turn Houston's voice up last night.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Stinky Doo, thank you so much, man. Same thing to you. Appreciate the membership, bro.
I want to be a billionaire so freaking
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
So what you need to do is, to act as your own stop in a stop limit situation where you don't have access to a stop limit order. So you have no access to the stop. You can use a limit sell where you would set it normally, but you just place the order. Like, so say I have a limit at 200 right now and GME falls and breaks through 200. I can place my limit sell as soon as I see it break down below that range. So you just act as your own stop, because all a stop does is it's just a trigger. It just places the order for you automatically. Obviously, you're not going to be as fast as an actual stop limit, but if you don't have stop limits, that's a way to do that. Girlfriend just heard the song and said that only people in cults have to insist they're not in cults. What? This isn't a cult. That's the song. The song clearly states that this is not a cult. Nobody in here is part of a cult. Yeah. What about the period right at pre-market open where you can't trade for 3 hours if you're most of retail? What about it? I made 440 swinging cat and me over the past few days. I like these small $1 $5 swings in price. Thanks. I hope you cover more small unsexy opportunities for profit like that. I think trailing stop limits might be a good idea in case sudden reversal once we reach the peaks. Trailing stop limits are a bad idea because of volatility. You can have a lot of range on volatility, and if you have a trailing stops only follow the upward price action, right? So, if the price is going up, the trailing stop, however far behind the price it is, goes up. But if the price suddenly drops, the trailing stop doesn't drop, right? So, and if it's like you have candles and the stock's trading up, and then all of a sudden you have a candle with a lot of volatility to the up and down side, all of a sudden your trailing stop gets filled, right? and then the stock just continues upwards. That's why trailing stops are bad. Also, if there's a halt, it will absolutely, like, the candle after will absolutely blow up any trailing stops you have placed. Trailing stops are kind of like a set it and forget it thing. So I'll use them, like, if I'm well into the profits on something, and very happy with my gains, I'll throw a trailing stop up at like my wherever my happy point is, and just let it ride, right? And then if it fills, it fills. I don't care. But even then, I'll usually use stop limits. Also, trailing stops are usually market orders. Some brokerages have trailing stop limits, but either way. You did some TA yesterday on you. I got my non eToro account up and was wondering, do you think it's worth it to chase, or is it reaching its potential limits? I don't know what its potential limits are. I think sometime in the near future I could see a rejection, but I have no idea why this stock is running or moving. Like, once you reach all-time highs like this, you need to use fundamental analysis. Like, you can like track its growth, and then like from a technical analysis standpoint, you can track the growth and see how much it can usually clear a breakout. So like here, it went from 109 to 129. So you can use previous run-ups to determine like the amount of range that the current run-up has. But I don't really think that's a very good way of doing it. I'd much rather know, what the potential value for the company is. Like, you want more of a look at the fundamentals, like the management, profits, EPS, EBITDA, and you want to look into that and like what you see a price target being. You can look at analyst reports if you want to. And if nothing, they give you a good idea of what to look for when projecting unknown price targets. Did you already exit me? Yeah. Yeah, you can break down the last 10% of your shares. When I think Moass is like peaking, I'm just gonna sell like one share at a time at just ridiculous stops, like limit sells, and just see if they fill. Like, when it peaks and there's tons of volatility, I'm just gonna like put orders up above the volatility and see if they fill. Choose my hot fire. So we sold to CC last week, so please set him straight. Visceral, stop giving your dog access to your brokerage accounts. What percentage below the price should the stop limit be set? I feel like didn't I just tell everybody? You want to sell it below, like 2% below the peak of volatility. Risky thing about stop limits is gapping. Yeah, it can gap. Yeah, there's a chance you won't fill. That's the risk of limit sells. Well, you set your stop. I have an entire video on Spurt of how to do this if you guys want to check that out. But yeah, I mean, your limit's far enough below your stop that, if your stop is triggered, your limit goes to market and you're likely to fill. If there's an order there, you're probably not going to gap over your order. Right? Like if you have an order placed, it's probably not going to gap over your order. Yeah, it can gap in a halt. Would you be making more money or less money day trading if you weren't streaming? I'd be making more. Like I don't even trade stocks right now because having the stream up fucks up my order execution. I haven't tried since I got the new internet at the new place, so I might, but yeah. Although I've been going bigger on options, I don't know. My income stayed almost flat. It's definitely down a little, but it's fine. Halt equals gap. Moass equals lots of halts equals lots of gaps. You shouldn't probably be placing limit sells on halts anyway, Stefan. So it's kind of a moot point. If it's still halting going up, it hasn't peaked, right? I mean, they will, but if you don't have the money, they just sell the shares off. There may be an issue with cashless exercise through Fidelity, so I'm chatting with a rep now for clarification. Okay, thank you. I mean, you shouldn't be carrying options you don't intend to exercise past close on Friday, right? So it shouldn't be an issue. When trading options and have low capital, are you subject to pattern day trading rules? No. The beauty of trading options on a low capital account is that options settle in T+1, so your funds are available the next day. If you're using a cash account, you aren't likely to get too many GFEs, and you're not subject to pattern day trading rules. Warrior Trading streams his day trading. He also steals from his paying audience members. Whatever. Cat recovered nicely off EMA 60. Nice. Apparently YouTube is getting rid of the dislike button. Oh no. Hey Girk, what time frame will you be using for Moass? 1 minute. The volume should be high enough that the 1 minute's gonna be fine. Legendary Cinema, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream's over.
I want to be a billionaire, so freaking bad.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
I've done a bunch of clips on option plays, Dandelion. Is the volume so low because of illiquidity and because they're not forced to buy in and hedge right now? Yes. Also because they want the volume like this. They want the volume to stay low to bleed IV. I'm sure IV is coming down significantly today. Yep. They want to bleed IV and they want to bring the price down nice and slow. I wonder if WeBull UU apes can use WeBull for options now. I'm not sure. I guess you could try. Yeah, absolutely, Joshua Youngberg. Glad it's a help, man. Bubba looks to be consolidating and getting ready to break out as it fights VBOP. Anything else I'm missing? Let me see. It's got a nice consolidation pattern. Volume's a little low today. Yeah, I think it's gonna break. Let's see. Buy out the money. Interesting. And there's clear. I don't like the upside on this, so I wouldn't play like 170s. If I were buying into this breakout, I would play like in the monies, like 167.50s or 165s. It also doesn't look super great. Like it might break out, but I think it'll just more than likely just retest this high. Like a push above 170 is unlikely. So if you're in the money, you just capture those gains, right? If you're out of the money, like at 170, which is the next strike up, you know, you've got to see a significant breakout. Because they're short IV. Do you have a personal estimate of what GME price should be if it was not manipulated and on business fundamentals alone? Lower than it is currently. I mean, from a fundamental projection, like GameStop would have to make announcements and stuff to be valued higher than $200. That's how you know it's manipulated and short, is that it shouldn't be trading at a price this high just yet. In the future, if they start making announcements and some of their their earnings start to lean positive, they could be valued around like $250, $300. But currently, with no announcements and no real like forward projection on what they're doing with the business, I wouldn't say that we should be trading at a price this high at all. Maybe like I would say 185 would be about the upper like fundamental price point for GameStop. But because of the massive short position, we're able to deviate from those fundamental price points. It could just be the buyback. Nothing else is ripping, so. Yeah, 9% already. It's pretty significant. Yeah, their share buyback is definitely going to increase their price pretty significantly over this quarter. Probably not a bad place to buy some leaps and stuff if you're looking at extra things, because they're buying back half their market cap. What's the juiciest options plays right now? I mean, I like Cat a lot. I've made a lot of money on Cat over the last few weeks. Almost a month, 2 months now that we've been playing Cat. It just keeps printing calls. It's been volatile in every range it's traded in. It's not quick moving, but it realizes price points a lot of the time. I think you can link it to your bank account just using like deposits, pop them off. Like they send you 2 deposits and then you have to and then they pull them back and you have to then you put in the amount of those deposits and that should link your account. It takes a couple days, but it should be easy. I've never seen anybody have that issue before. Yeah, I'm talking about cash accounts, Phil Rockert. Or Rochart. I'm not sure. How does Ivy hurt them exactly? They're short implied volatility. I posted, if you guys look at the announcements channel on the Discord, I posted a DD that covers variant swaps. Oh, thank you, Carl. I would buy a couple near the money. So on on the 23rd, if you're buying the morning of the 23rd or the 22nd, you're buying these are 2 DTEs. These are 3 DTEs, so they're very cheap. But I would be buying like a 210, a 220, and then as many like 250 to 300s as I could get my hands on after I bought these to hedge a low breakout. Looking at the bid ask for Jimmy options for November to April, prices are so high, it doesn't seem profitable at the moment. 5K for out of the money. April prices? Yeah, I don't like April's right now. Theta's expensive on GameStop. That's awesome, Pat. I know a guy who works on that show, so that's interesting. I have no idea what's going on with BGFE. It could drop after the dividend day. It could go up. Can you clarify again what window they can start covering around November 19th to 24th? Yeah, they can cover any time between the 22nd and the 24th. DDS and plug are ripping. Ooh, interesting. So DDS, I mean, I don't know what's going on with plug power, but I wonder if Macy's is ripping. Nordstrom's just bumping up. Yeah, this looks like some ETF covering going on. Curious. What would this be from? Should make a note about that. a brick. Oh, nice. It broke out a little better than I thought it would. But yeah, I mean, that's that upper test. Double top. Yeah, I can read this out, KO. It's not a cashless option for exercise with their options to take actions at the same time, like short selling the stock at the same time as exercising a call, so there is no cash out of pocket. If that is what you were asking, we would not call this cashless option because the cash will still be used to exercise the option, just as you're getting cash from selling short to cover the cash needed. See, that's just selling the option because you're still selling the shares that you're getting. If you call to exercise, you don't have enough cash, we'll ask about the option. So by selling short, you know, you're selling 100 shares at market, and they're using that cash to exercise the option. And they're using the exercised shares to satisfy the short borrow. So this is just selling, but without your IV. So it's super shitty. I don't know why he would suggest that. You know, KO, you're better off speaking with someone on an options desk than you are customer service. It can also be called like sell to exercise, which is, I believe, what Fidelity's terminology for it is. I am not a fan of AMC as a result of their board's self-serving decisions, but I am 95% GME and 5% AMC and trade AMC to catch the fund cash register effect, as we all call it, shorty. As I call it, as shorty. Sitting Bull, if you're making money on AMC, man, I don't fault you, but I mean, that money's coming out of retail's pocket. I mean, there's money to be made on the stock. I have no problem with that. It's just not like a short squeeze play. You know, you could buy AMC on a dip and sell covered calls at, you know, 100% IV for months, weeks. Oh, because those positions are those short volatility positions are very long term. So they can't just get out of them. Do we think they just assume we don't know about the cycles? Or, you know, they keep that information limited to few participants? And because they can profit off being short IV. Some of them are long IV, so they profit off of the stock running. There's never a situation where like hedge funds don't make money if they're a good hedge fund. They should make money whether the stock goes up or the stock goes down. They shouldn't care. The idea is that, you know, as they have to hedge those volatility positions to the opposite side, if retail has a lot of leverage, they can't continue to hedge, and that blows up their position. For super long-term options like April, do they use historical IV leading to them being so expensive? It's both, Popcorn Trader. Theta's just Theta on GameStop is expensive. Is it possible they could push it off a week or two? I don't see how. Everyone keeps asking that, but no. If they were going to do that, they would have done it the other 5 times that they've run the stock on exactly those days. Yeah, it looks like ETF exposure is going on. We could see some of that play out on GameStop if there's FTDs that need to be cleared on this end. Great show with Houston. Getting ready to follow the CEO and dump my AMC. I can't believe the price of the stock isn't down. Like, how do people justify that? How do you justify your CEO telling you to hold and then selling shares himself for his retirement? Are they just like, oh, the great silverback needs tendies too, or like, fucking cringy. Someone talk cycles on Reddit, then we should assume they know. Wouldn't they switch to going long IV? It doesn't matter. The position has to be hedged either way. Some of them are long IV, but the ones that are short IV are probably also short the stock. Right? If you short IV and you short the stock, like that drives IV down. Does that make sense? So you want to be both short IV and short the stock. If you're long the stock, then you want to be long IV. Those replicating baskets for variance swaps are very expensive too. So there's not a lot of participants that are, doing that. That's kind of Citadel's thing. Phil Rochart, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate that membership. Hit me up on the Discord and I will get you added to the country club as soon as the stream is over.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Okay, so I can see how somebody might get the idea that we would be a cult, but I think if you just hear me out, I'll lay out some reasons right here. Lady VWAP gets praised, so the stock gets a raise. Gurg leads us and feeds us with entertainment for days. We don't got great Kool-Aid, so it can't be a cult. We chant and have members, but it ain't Popeye's fault.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
We can't be a cult. It's impossible. We still have to pay our taxes. Yeah.
So Max Payne right now is at 202.50. So, and we have an upper resistance here around 5 or 205. So I expect us to kind of just trade within this channel
as much as they feasibly can. And the reason they do this is this crushes IV. There is some ETF exposure obviously going on today. So I'll be keeping an eye on that. But and that could drive our price up a little, but I don't expect us to hold this level for very long. Once they've driven IV down enough, they'll begin to, short any open bids. So if they get a wide spread on the bid side, they'll short. It requires they use less short capital to bring the price down. The thesis of your quants is that when GameStop monthly options and large ETFs options fall on the same Super Friday, then major runs in GME have been seen. Sort of. There's more to it than that. That also there is a future cycle that generates FTDs on the other side. So it's either the future cycle is either rolled or generates FTDs on the other side of those expiration dates. But those overlapping expiration dates occur 3 times from November to January. And no other time of the year does that happen as often. But those are large factors in the driving of price action. Yeah, remember if they were short IV when it was down, at like 20%, and IV's been at, 78% all year, they've still got to hedge these positions because nobody fucking wants them. So they've never actually gotten IV low enough. Yeah. 300s are good because if we hit 250, they're going to print super fucking hard. And I think if we run into that cycle trading at 180 to 200, then 250 is absolutely a solid price target. Awesome pickle beaters. Do the funds from the sale need to settle in order to exercise options? No. You can exercise an option with unsettled funds. Those funds will, like, if you sell one option and exercise another, right? Those funds are considered settled the next day anyway. Cap broke up from the double top. That's interesting. Just a little bit though. It failed the uptrend. I'm a little behind in chat, sorry. During Moass, can I sell a CC for 5 million strike? If someone is willing to buy the contract, I guess. Let it dip to the mid 30s, buy, then sell at 41, 42, rinse and repeat. Yeah. Even better, buy 100 shares at, the mid 30s and then sell a covered call on the weekly every time it every time it runs up to like 41, 42. New Zillionaire was missed. Oh, I'm sorry. Batman. Dude, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord and I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream is over. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do the old Dillionaire song. Oh.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
I didn't call into the chat, but he said he was able to speak about options. Yeah, I mean, they're not necessarily as qualified. The thing you're asking isn't really a common question, right? And most of the customer service reps, they just have like a little computer they type your question into. It gives them an answer. Some of them know a little more than others, but I find that most of them are a little uninformed. What color is my hat? Black. My Reddit account still isn't old enough to post on Supersonic. Seriously? Well, is retiring is bullish because he's a prick. But yeah. Except he's not going to retire until he absolutely milks every last AMC shareholder completely fucking dry. But, you know, diamond hands. Can you buy an option with unsettled funds? You can, you just can't sell it. Or you'll get it. Well, you can sell it, but you'll get a GFE. And once you get enough GFEs, then they don't let you use unsettled funds anymore. I think Tesla's dead for today. Tesla's never dead. But I'm sure it'll do something. Very few days where Tesla doesn't go up or down. How low do you think GME share price would go during the overall market correction when it happens? If it happens before Moass, GME could drop pretty significantly, maybe even down to like the EMA 200. Gotham has had a rough few years. Dean Mo has to regain my funds. For sure, Batman. It's good faith violation. It means that, you know, they let you use unsettled funds in good faith, and you violated it by selling the asset that backs those unsettled funds. I mean, 66% on my ME. It wasn't a ton of money, but that's solid. That is solid. That's like a good play. Like 66% is fucking great. Yeah, I pick one at the money. One like the next strike up, The next high OI strike. Then further out of the money, further out of the money. All with, you know, that high OI. So right now, you know, we're trading at 203. Let's see. There's like 210s. So probably like 205, 210, 220, 250, 300. If we're trading at like 180, then I would do like, you know, 190, 200, 210, 220, 250. It looks like we're trading up a little bit. I don't know how much exposure they have to cover on GameStop or if there's any left. How many people do you think actively monitoring and trading GME at any given? I'm sure that they have a group dedicated to the position. Maybe like 2 or 3 people. Thinks that helps. So wouldn't one at the money contract eat up most of your capital? You mentioned last night possibly turning $500 into $5 million. I mean, if you traded every single peak and bought every single dip perfectly throughout the entire run, that's theoretically possible. Yeah, the one at the money contract. I mean, you could buy your at the money slightly further out, right? Like if you're going like full YOLO, $500, like into November 26th, then technically the best way would be to buy like as many 250s as you feasibly can and hope the price jumps above that. By buying like one lower, you protect that initial investment in case it doesn't hit 250. But realistically, like you would just like pick up as many of these like out of the money strikes as you feasibly can. Like that's how you would like Wall Street bets YOLO it. And then, you know, if it crosses 250, you'll make a shitload of money, right? Which you can then leverage into safer, or you can put into safer options plays. Lucid taken off. Cool. Maybe I missed it, but why does Tesla keep going up? Because why not? Sentiment, mostly. The problem with buying a shitload of just out of the money calls, like way out of the money, is that if it doesn't hit 250, you just lose $500. And that's something that everyone has to like accept, and people aren't going to like it either way, right? Is that whatever money you put into out of the money calls, that's a huge gamble, right? If it pays off, awesome. I mean, like for me, I have enough money that I don't have to gamble. But if you don't have enough money, then you kind of do. If it's something that you want to do, then you know that's the bet that's going to make you the most if predicted price action plays out. You show the mechanics? Yeah, so say, what, we're at like 1 DTE. So you would have to wait to get the greatest profit, right? You would have to wait till, like, say today was the day. Say today was the 23rd of November, right? I'll try to show you guys how this works. And you had $500, right? So, you would have wanted to buy somewhere on a dip this morning, before a turnaround, when prices were at their lowest, and you'd be buying 1 DTEs, right? Or since today's the 24th, so they would be 1 DTEs. Hold on. So 24th. So they're, because today's a Thursday. So you're buying 1 DTEs on the dip. With $500, you can buy so let's check out options. So they would be November 12th, and say you were buying 250s. They're $33 each. You want implied volatility to spike hard. If it hits 250 today, right? Those $33 contracts would go up to 37.53. If it hits tomorrow, they'd go up to 19.64. And with $500, you could buy now this is provided that you exit at peak volatility, perfect exit, right? You could buy 15 contracts. So you could turn $500 into potentially 37.53 times 56,295. Yeah, that's provided IV spikes that hard. It may not, but that's like the absolute peak. Gambling for pores. All right. I'll clip it. I mean, at the peak, IV spikes really hard. It's just that it doesn't last long, right? What did IV peak at in the previous Golden Biscuit days? I don't know. Somebody could look up historical IV. I don't have it available right now. It's not a simple trick. It's just possible. It can happen on either the 23rd or the 24th. Those are both within the window. 22nd. It can happen all 3 days, technically. They usually wait till the last minute, though. Did you invent the term golden biscuit? No. One of the guys in the quant group did. Hold on. The market's closed on the 25th, half day on the 26th. Yeah, but where to buy those options? Which broker would let you just sink 500 in without any capital? What are you talking about? That's not like a margined position. You're just buying long calls, Sofa King. There's no risk. The only risk is the premium you pay on the call, which is $33 per call. So the most you can lose is what you bought them for. They can't roll gamma exposure. No, Thanksgiving should fall after the exposure period. Might lead to a crazy Friday, but November 25th, half day, November 26th. So the option should be very cheap. If someone said had enough capital to buy 1K shares, how much of that would you buy options with and how much buy shares? I would probably split it like 60-40 between options and shares. So 60% I would put towards shares, 40%. But you know, I'm experienced at buying and selling options. It's something I do quite regularly, right? So if I was inexperienced, you know, I'd probably put 90% of that capital towards shares and, you know, 10% towards options. But that 10% you put towards options would be, you know, greater than the amount of shares that you buy in terms of leverage. What assignment? You can't get assigned on a long call. You're buying someone else's contract. You're not selling your own. There's no assignment risk. Oh man. Shit, I didn't even think to go over like the basics of that. So when you buy a long call, you are buying a call at a strike for a premium. This is buy to open. And whatever that premium is, that's your maximum loss. So if that premium's, you know, 21.50 or, you know, 0.15, and options pricing is this times 100. So that's your price per share, right? So this is $15. This is $2,100 and $2,150. This is the most you can lose. If the contract expires worthless, if the price tanks, the most money you can lose is what you bought the contract for. You do not owe money on the other side of that. There is no margin required. You are simply purchasing a contract, betting that the stock will go in the direction that you want, and the cost of that bet is the premium. Do you expect to get out of your contracts on the 24th? I do. Does Thanksgiving Day off change anything? No. I may hold some of my in the money contracts because those are less affected by changes in the upward price action. So those like nearer the money, safer bets. I'll like if I have like 190s, right? We're trading at 240. Like I have no reason to sell these because they're not losing money to theta. Their intrinsic value is already very high. I can hold these, right? And then, if the price continues up to 275, these will just go up relative to that price change. I can dedicate 100K to options for November dates in Feb. Would it make sense for me to buy in the money for November since I can afford it just in case? No, I don't think so. Just because like you're buying such a short-term contract in November that, if you're going to gamble, you might as well pay less to do it, right? Because like if the price doesn't do what you want it to do, your contracts are going to lose value to theta either way. So like if you buy, 10% in the money, also it caps your gains. I would just put, a very small amount of capital into, the November weeklies and expect to lose it if price action doesn't go the way you want, but just don't dedicate a lot of capital there. If you're putting $100,000 into options, you can play it very, very safe. You can buy February's early and just rest on them. You don't like, that's the beauty of having a large amount of capital, is that you have to take on much, much less risk. I have $1 billion. Oh, you should just buy tons of in the money contracts and drive the price up and start Moass yourself. Isn't the 21st of January 950 call still safer in terms of IV play for November 24th? Contract value spiked from less than 2.0 to 6.05 when Jamie ran from 180 close to 250. Yeah, it's great for IV. Also, those lose IV slower, but a lot of people can't afford to buy those contracts, Pekka. I do options through Saxo Bank in the UK and had a heart attack when they showed my absolute exposure. And because I'm new to options, I didn't realize it was just the cost to exercise. Oh, weird. So just to clarify, you'd sell the higher out of the money calls first before the in the money calls, correct? Yeah. So you buy into your position low to high, right? And then like so across those days where I said I'm buying, right, the 19th, 22nd, 23rd, my in the money strike, like near the money strikes, I'm going to buy on the 19th. Then slightly further out, and then far out of the money strikes on the last day. Because the far out of the money strikes lose the most value to theta over time. So I'll be buying, my closer strikes earlier and then my further strikes later. Does a Feb spread out between 2 and 300 strike make sense? Yeah, I think that's a great range to be in. How far out would I go in February? That depends. As the price on GameStop goes up, and I'm going to continue buying February contracts throughout the whole thing, right? As the price goes up, more options are going to open up in that February chain, and I'll buy higher and higher strikes as I get priced out of the nearer the money ones. Wouldn't it take like 1,000 weekly covered calls to recoup your investment in AMC? No. IV is very high on AMC. Even right now, if you were to sell like a 40 today, it's $66, which is 2 shares. If you'd sold a 40 on Monday, you know, you would have gotten like $200. It's pretty quick. And then worst case scenario, you know, you bought at 6, sold at 40. So you're still $4 up on the whole position if you get assigned. But that's neither here nor there. I don't really care about. And if it's on a run, like if AMC runs from like $36 to $40, the IV spikes and you sell, you know, like a 42 right at the peak, and then the price drops back down, you know, this contract's going to be valuable. I DM'd you on Discord. Oh, dude, awesome. Oh, dude, link that here, man. Guys, give Zakure, the OG moderator, and have vote on this sweet ass post. How can I join the Discord channel? There's a link in the description. John Carlos. So if you had 100K to invest in GME options, is going all in on Feb calls and various strikes a good conservative but lucrative play? Yes, absolutely. Very safe. Hold on. Sorry I missed the Ko-Fis, guys. Forgot to wear my headphones. Carl, can you give us a warning before you drop any options DD on our Wall Street bets? I don't see those. I don't need those degens front running my plays. I'll let everyone know when I'm going to post some DD over there. $2.19 Mike, thank you for the donation, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys. Me coming back. Looking at AMC penny stocks. Oh, sorry. We were discussing covered calls on AMC. Jimmy about to test 205. So it looks like there's some ETF exposure going on here based on the price action of the other basket stocks. I don't know if we'll cross 205. That might take a little more volume than we have, but there doesn't seem to be a lot of active shorting going on today. calls or long call or verticals. Trying to maximize my capital with a vertical. I believe the volatility may mean losing out on extra upside of a long call. Thoughts on which one is best? Are you saying? I mean, both of those employ long calls, like a vertical spread. Are you talking about like a call spread versus a vertical spread? So like, can you clarify that, Grizz? I have 20K not related to the $200 CC. The guy got called away. Should I find another 230K and become the pontiff of VWAP? That's up to you, Jay Fresh. That'd be awesome. I'll fly to Texas and hang out with you in your interstellar fairy cat playpen. I want to be the first DJ on the options pan train. You're not selling calls, guys. There's no selling of calls. Would you sell your further? Oh, would you sell your further out of the money? So that's technically closing. I'm sorry. There's so much shit going on right now. Would you sell your further out of money calls first? Yes. It hasn't hit the strike price just to lock in profits once you see volume and volatility slowing. Yes, I would. So I would back out of my calls in the reverse way that I went into them. So if I bought near the money calls first, I would sell those last. FYI, one share equals 20 million, right? Sure. So that means one call equals 2 billion. Same logic, right? Would you consider 300 close enough to the money if it's in Feb? I mean, that's not close to the money at all. I mean, stop trying to buy all your options at one strike, you goddamn degenerate. Me failed 13. I figured. This volume was low today. I think I'm only gonna be at the DMV for like 45 minutes, so I should be back in plenty of time to start the stream, Carl. Well, it shouldn't be an issue. SPY has been rejected at 465 3 times today. Any chance it pushes through significantly? Sure. Yeah, it looks like it could. Maybe not. We'll see. I think it could push to like 465.50 today. It's just consolidating. It went on a fucking insane bull run. All the way back almost up into its original channel. It's definitely gonna have a little bit of consolidation before it picks back up. So expect it to be choppy for a couple days, I think. Yeah, I failed the test at 205. Can you explain how you're trading cat options? So I have some long-term calls on cat at 210 and 220 for December. But whenever it drops below 200, I've been buying 200s for the last few weeks. And when it goes back over 200, I sell them. It did it really consistently for like several times. It hasn't fallen back below 200 recently, so I'm still just sitting on my 210s and 220s. I had some 215s on an off week in December that I sold. That's it. It's been a pretty simple play. Have you ever tried spread betting? No. I don't gamble unless I think I'm going to win. I don't like gambling on sports and stuff. Are they not shorting as much, or is their shorting just not as effective right now? They're not shorting as much. I mean, they shorted there at the test of 205, but you also have some day traders to probably dump it out who are picking up the uptrend. Yeah, for a while, Cat was really consistently dipping down to like 198 and then bouncing back to like 206. If I wasn't streaming, I would probably be playing both sides of that movement. But I was just playing the long side, so a couple times it was like 198 and it popped to like 210. Those were obviously very profitable. It's just like profiting off chop, but it's chop within a wide range. Have you never been to the DMV? The DMV here is really efficient, surprisingly. It's the one good thing about New York, JFresh, is that nobody really has a car. Like most people who have driver's licenses are commercial drivers and they have their own DMV, which is crazy busy. But yeah, the rego one's usually really quick. I also got an appointment in the earliest possible time slot, so that's cool too. Carl, that kills people, Carl. Carl timing out Kaiser Dan. You asked for it. What day after the 19th are we expecting to see a GME volume spike? 22nd, 23rd, and 24th are the days they have to cover the exposure. It's good to see Jimmy finally be more vocal against AMC with their recent actions. Yeah, I tried to tell everyone 7 months ago, but everyone could have sold at 70. Like, can you buy 100 calls priced at $5 at the moment when you have $500 to trade with? Yes. If the contracts are 0.05 and you have $500, you can buy 100 calls, which is leverage on 10,000 shares. If a contract is $5, then that's $500 to buy it. Yeah, DMV in California is completely fucked. You know who had a great DMV? Indiana. It's not called DMV though. It's called BMV. And And I never waited more than 5 minutes without an appointment there. I had to register some trucks for this job I had, and I was in and out in like 15 minutes. Girk, how come last year the biggest run in November came the Monday after Thanksgiving? When was Thanksgiving last year? What date did it fall on? Isn't Thanksgiving like the third Thursday or some shit like that? I'm sorry, I need to cancel our appointment for tomorrow morning. No, Roaring Kitty, why? Dude, I thought we were gonna hang out and we were gonna go jogging in Brockton. What the fuck, bro? BMV, what's that stand for? Bureau of Motor Vehicles. November 26th, 2020. What was the expiration for November? I think this was still before those were really pronounced. These ETF run-ups weren't as pronounced before January. Like a lot of the short position and a lot of the volatility from here was packed into ETFs. So while there are runs on the ETFs back here, and you'll see this on all the ETF basket stocks, they weren't as pronounced until after January. After January, they become much more voluminous. They're there. There's a run there. There's a spike in volume there. But also GameStop was far more liquid back then. And so the price did not move as rapidly as it does now in Saculon. So the price action was there. It's just the effect was just diminished. Does that make sense? I don't know. I just use cash. I don't like having margin. I don't like using the bank's money to gamble with. Borrowing money to gamble is always risky. I'll take you jogging in Mattapan. That's not the same. When you lean in this new place, your mic does not hear you well. But is the peak date different this time? Yes. You're basing it off price action, but you're not basing it off you're not basing it off the like volume. Like on that day, right? In November of last year, which I'm not even sure I have marked. Do I? I've dragged, like, this whole thing is a clusterfuck right now. Let me use Trading View because that's much cleaner. Oh no. So we have the futures dates. Oh wait, indicator. There we go. November 25th. Options 1, 2, 3. 26th, and I ran harder on the 30th. Okay, so this is this is something you also see play out a little bit in August, where our peak for the run is then surpassed later in the cycle. Oh crap, I don't even have that up. Nutsaculon. So it ran on the correct day last November, but the peak was further out, right? Whatever exposure is created here, right? So a lot of, because retail interest was picking up last November significantly. So what you're seeing is in T+2 from the run up, you're seeing more exposure play out, right? As the week closed high. And so you're seeing that play out the following Monday. So a lot of options got pushed into the money from the run up, which then caused more exposure. I see what you're talking about though. So yeah, it can continue to run after the 24th. And as a matter of fact, if they roll as they, did in March and June, we could expect it to further just continue upwards. So like if you look at the June run update, the following day was even higher, right? Like the peak for the following days continued up. But that's because the run itself creates exposure as well. It's just probably Reddit messages. We've been trying to reach you about your mortgage application. Also, your car's extended warranty. Thank you so much, Rocket Mortgage. Oh, sorry. I don't know why the vibration's on. I don't know what GFV paid for his options. Kirk, hypothetically, if you were a degenerate gambler and have cash now for 1126 options, would you lock them in so you don't lose all your money on other plays in the next few days? No, I would wait and be patient. With options, timing is everything. So time it properly. Hawkins, thank you, dude. Thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, man. I appreciate that. You should be all upgraded from Dillionaire already. Flock with your pigeon whale brethren, and to you, sir. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. Let me get you a nice pigeon whale jam going. And the rest of you pigeon whales, welcome your newest member.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. I scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. Pigeon whale's cool and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named V. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper-handed bitch, you see. But most likely, you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling cover calls like Moomin, cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Girk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously guys, not a cult. Not a cult.
Thank you so much again, Hawkins. I really appreciate that, man. Variance guy, cycle guy, one of the variance cycle guys, who's they're in my, both of the variance cycle guys from those DDs are in my quant group over on Discord. Thinks that the cycle may not be on time by hedging the replicating portfolio further out in time. What are your thoughts? I think it'll be on time because it doesn't have anything to do with their variance portfolio. After the 24th weeklies run up, are you rolling your profits into Feb immediately or waiting to see what happens with the rollover? I'll probably wait. I'll wait and see. I might buy some December 17th to hedge the roll pretty immediately. That way, in case they roll the futures contract, I have something covering that. And I'll probably buy a few January, Februaries, but not my full position. If they don't roll, then I'm going to wait and buy into January and February with those profits right before the expected December run up, which is on the 22nd, I believe, is the exposure date. So I'll buy a little, but not a lot of that capital, right? Like just to make sure that I have something in place for any unexpected movement. I woke up drunk, and all I have to say is free my boy Kyle Rittenhouse. All right, Sean Daniels rehypothecated pigeon whale. I don't know who the fuck that is, but I'll find out. How do I know if I've been shadow banned? You haven't. I can see you. Sorry I'm late. I had a question from yesterday's joint stream. Which of your followers were you proudest of yesterday, and why was it Moonwind? Yeah. It wasn't anybody. Poor Houston had to deal with all of our weird internal jokes and didn't understand any of them, which was hysterical. Oh, really? Okay. Sorry. Thank you for letting me know, Harley. Someone definitely needs a timeout. Who? You? Who the fuck is Kyle Rittenhouse? He's the kid that shot those protesters in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Gross. brought a gun to a protest and wound up killing people. There's a nuance to the story, but it's become super politicized. All right. Well, I don't give a shit about that. Everyone going back to normal GME stuff. Okay. He did say he was drunk. No politics, Sean Daniels rehypothecated Pigeon Whale. 17-year-old who shot some people. Okay, I don't care. It's irrelevant. It doesn't make stocks go up. So Baba, what's it doing? It's trying to do things. It's cute. If you bought in the money calls back here, you're up a few bucks. Times 100. Well, I didn't know. Everyone got all like uppity about it, and I didn't. I thought Kyle Rittenhouse was someone I'd banned on the chat. If he comes in here, I'll ban him from the chat, I guess. Dan for mod isn't political. I mean, it is, but it's internal politics. LRC is doing good. What's it doing? I haven't looked at it since yesterday. I'm a big fan of cryptocurrencies that I'm up 1,000% on. Or 100%. What am I up? I'm up a lot. It's exciting. Yeah. Fantastic. That was an ice cube. You're not supposed to chew those. But I did. Riven mooning. I don't care. Don't bag hold some rich dude's bags. Hey Greg, followed you over here from your chat with Houston. Is there any safe and easy way to play this for someone with zero options or experience, or should we just sit this out and hold our shares? If you want to play options in a safe manner, you buy time on them, right? That's how somebody with very little options experience can safely play an option. You can buy leaps, or especially if IV drops, leaps are a very excellent way to get into a leveraged position on GameStop. Or you can just sit out and hold your shares. It's up to you. That Dan, your chat with Houston after the stream last night was cool as fuck. Dodge the politics. We're here for stocks and tendies. Also, I missed what was in that omelet, so if you could let me know. Broccoli and cheddar. This buys your next breakfast. Thank you, that Dan. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. The options only work because people have bought and held for so long. But the options squeeze the fuck out of them. If we own the float and every person bought one leap, like one guaranteed to print near the money leap on GameStop for 1 year out, Jesus Christ. We would just leverage the float 100 times over, right? And these guys are rich. They can deal with $15 billion market cap company. I don't think they could deal with 100 of them at once. How confident are you in the GME price movement on November 23rd, 24th? As confident as I've ever been about a stock play. So more than 50%. Which part in their video do you explain the options for the 23rd and 24th? I'm not sure. I have a video. I have several clips in the stream clips playlist SS that cover options plans for those dates. I clipped one today, even. For more cold toast with unmelted butter. Fuck you, Rocket Mortgage. Actually, no, I don't hate Rocket Mortgage. I made a lot of money off of them once. How does one close an option for real? Thinkorswim is confusing. You just sell it. Look up, like, I'm sure there's like a YouTube video or something on like how to open and close options positions in Thinkorswim. Options was the greatest fun to hit RSS. If every member bought a single Feb call, we would own the float. We would own the float times 100. Vorian. I mean, that's how you, like, that's how Porsche leveraged the other 30% of fucking Volkswagen, right? That's how DFV got rich. I don't understand how options got a bad name, except that people tried to buy weeklies and make shitty little profits, and you know, it makes sense. Like, people don't have money, they buy cheap options, but it's just like anything else. It's like buying AMC. When you buy the cheap shit, it breaks. There's money to be made on the cheap shit, but you have to know when to buy it and when to sell it. Theta's a constant decay. It's not like, it doesn't just happen like when it increases as you approach expiration. But yeah, you do lose theta value over a weekend. Not as much as you lose over a trading day. What's the price target for November 23rd, 24th? I think a test of 250 is definitely possible, possibly higher. I know you probably mentioned, but what's the theory behind the 23rd, 24th? It's the day when GME monthly options and ETF quarterly options gamma exposure overlaps. With options, the most you can lose is the premium. That is 100% correct. Where can a beginner go to get accepted for options? I know TDA, WeBull, Schwab, all have pretty low requirements for options. If you fail the questionnaire, you can usually just take it again. Fidelity and Vanguard are a little tougher as they're like boomer brokerages, so they can be a little more difficult to get options access on. 50 million shares leveraged if held through January 25th and beyond. 500,000 apes, one option each. Yep. What's your indicator called? It's called Gherkin Futures Cycle. I'll share it in the chat. There's the trading view link for the future cycle. Only 37 people have favorited it so far. which is disappointing. All right, we're breaking through 205 a little bit, or trying to. AMC is up 3% today. So are all the ETF basket stocks. It looks like there's a little bit of FTD exposure today. Don't forget that, like, as these FTDs start to pile up, like, theoretically, we should be seeing more and more FTDs spiking as this cycle goes on, right? Because, you know, the original thesis still stands. Like, the only thing that was really added to that was that we found out that, you know, January has all this additional ETF exposure. Broken link doesn't work. What the fuck? No, let me try that again. Here we go. There, that should work. So we still have that, you know, underlying ETF or FTD thing going on, right? From the futures. Plus, we have all that additional exposure. I love the stock. I love memes. I love making February call option memes and sharing it with Reddit. Not mimetic advice. Awesome, Chucky Seki. I want to cover my cost basis with options plays by January so I can hold my shares for as long as possible. Awesome. Yeah, that's a way to do it. You just search for Gherk and you'll find it. This isn't the page you're looking for. The whole point of them failing the futures rule is they couldn't pack away all these FTDs and derivatives, so they'll leak out periodically, right? Yes. On the dates, on those fail dates, and then the ETFs will leak out T+6 later. Thinking about applying for futures trading with TDA. This is A, a terrible idea, or B, the worst idea. I mean, futures are fine. It's expensive. And whew, can you lose a lot of fucking money in futures? They're like big boy options, right? How confident are you for the November 23rd, 24th run? Previous T+35 quadruple riching days and other supposed runs predicted by others in the past didn't happen. I mean, I predicted the August 24th run. I was less confident in that than I am in the August 20 or the November 24th run. Yeah, I know there's been a lot of bad predictions, but I'm very confident in it. Also, the Great Reset. I don't know who Lou V Wall Street is, and what's the Great Reset? Selling covered calls is less risky. It's considered a less risky strategy. There's no downside to selling covered calls. There's a downside to selling covered calls on GME, but that's because you want to hold the stock, right? But, you know, generally speaking, covered calls, like say you own BABA, 100 shares of BABA at 169 and you sell 175 covered calls, you collect a premium. If the price hits 175, you sell your 100 shares for 175, which is $6 more than you bought them for. So there's only upside there, right? Good to know, a user. It sounds like I probably don't like him. Are you able to exercise your in-the-money options with current profit they have, or do you need extra capital to do so? It depends on if your brokerage offers a cashless exercise option or not. If they don't, you can, sell one call and exercise the other. So if you have like 300 Cs for Feb, when the price hits $600, you can sell one for lock in the profits off one and then exercise the other one for 30,000. Once Moass starts, can I sell a CC 5 million strike for GME? I mean, if that option level is open on the chain, which it likely won't be. And then also, no one's going to buy it. Once Moass starts, the great reason. Why are you more confident in the 11/24 date? Is it due to the additional verification of 8/24? Or are there other factors? It's happened every time. It's never been moved. And the exposure is due no matter what. The options in question expire on the 19th. The exposure must be covered within T+3. There will be exposure. That's it. Where did you imprison Crayons? I haven't. He's over on the he's around, right? We can literally see some of their exposure right in the public OI. Yes. The week of 11/19 shows 14,000 puts at $3 and $10. These are things they have to roll. I mean, even if they roll them, there's still a gamma exposure. There's no replacing the cinema experience. People love to see the moving pictures and eating popcorn. Do you know movies have sound in them? Thanks, Adam Aaron. Not when you do them wrong first time. I know, I understand a lot of the predictions and theories on GameStop have been wrong. And generally speaking, looking towards historical data to predict future price movement is a fool's errand. But they are trapped and the stock is illiquid. Their positions are exposed and obvious. That's that. I mean, it's not like I'm telling you about something that you can't see for yourself, right? It's not some theory based on, an idea I had while taking a shit at 3 a.m. It's based on fundamental market mechanics and position exposure. Without Moass, what do you think GME share price can reach within 6 months? At its current rate of growth, like maybe $300. Yes, clip what? Okay, I'll clip something. I don't know what I said, but I'll clip it. I mean, it's not like I'm here like, oh, hey, like here's most of the theories that have proven wrong on GameStop. Someone's like, here's a market mechanic. This should work, right? T+35 was wrong when Crayons did it. And I told everyone it was wrong at the time because he wasn't tying it to the correct dates. So it was just an arbitrary, like, I'm going to take this T+35 box and drag it over GameStop until it lines up with the price action I expect. Right. And you can't do it that way. You need to know when the fail occurs to know when the exposure occurs, which we found, right? Not only did we find that, we found the futures and how those drive the price. We found the variance swaps. We found the ETF exposure. All of this is now known. This isn't theoretical as much anymore as it is. This is the evidence, and we're presenting it to you. Stream it. Like we said, there would be a spike in FTDs, and people are like, oh, it's just 300,000 FTDs. It's not relevant. But that's, 280,000 FTDs over the baseline day-to-day FTDs. That's super fucking significant, right? That's thousands of % more FTDs on the day we expect them. And I expect when we get the next set of FTD data on the 15th that we're going to see even more of those FTDs correlate with the dates we expected it to. Yeah, plus the ETF FTDs, which we weren't tracking because those were so low, right? Like we knew there was exposure in ETFs, but we assumed it was only the futures. We didn't realize that the FTDs were going to pile up so hard in the ETFs as well. Yeah, theoretically, if January fails, right? But we all make a bunch of money. We do. This is a money machine. Knowing when the stock is going to run within a relative date range is essentially a constant money machine. Believe me, I could keep this a secret and just ride options on every one of these cycles and make shitloads of money. But I'm not doing that, right? Because I think this really does present a real and possible chance for Moass to occur, for GameStop to squeeze. Webcamschat.com, hot girls and boys, thank you so much. We missed you. Sorry, I've been MIA lately. New job has been very busy and haven't been able to watch. Makes me feel empty like a pickle jar after a cocktail party. Well, I'm glad to have you in here right now, Ben. Real life, unfortunately, is always going to be, it's always going to take precedence. But thanks for stopping by, man. We miss you. You still live on in infamy every time someone becomes a member. Weekly profits make it not matter. Maximus Dilymus Meridius, aka Boofus Wainwright. I know it's a question nobody can really answer, but what are your price expectations when it actually launches? A lot. Like actual Moass, I think based on the short interest we have, the number of shares registered, the percent of the float owned, that, when people talk about, a $10 million ceiling, that's possible on GameStop. What's max pain for this week? Still 200? Yeah. 202.50, I believe. Thanks, Glider. I like to accentuate things. I'm excited for Thanksgiving. I've never been this excited for Thanksgiving before. I'm never excited for Thanksgiving. I fucking hate turkey. Dry, awful bird. Makes you sleepy. Ugh. All the pickles in here are convinced. 10 million ceiling, 10 million floor. The floor of the fucking stock is the lowest it will go. Use proper terminology. You can break through a ceiling, supposedly. And I have Feb options. Are we gonna be able to sell those? Yeah, you might have to sell them lower than their actual value. But you should be able to sell them. Because you can always sell them at their delta and they'll sell immediately, right? Yeah, you can't sell them during PM or after hours. Hey, I'm new around here. I've been watching for a month or so. I just want to thank you for the incredible work you've done. Share your insight. It's really unbelievable. If there was a tier beyond Pigeon Whale, I'd sign up. Ghost of Dan, thank you so much. There is a tier beyond Pigeon Whale. Don't sign up for it. It's ridiculously overpriced. But thank you, man. I appreciate that. I'll spatchcock your turkey breast, Trash Dan. What's beyond Pigeonwell? You'd know if you ever fucking donated Moonwind. We're surprised right now the shorts haven't gotten us under 200. I think they're just trying to drive IV down. They don't want to short too hard because that'll spike IV, right? Okay, bro, relax. Have you reacted to Jenny's interview? Kenny? I haven't seen it. During Moass, how do you recommend poors like me not lose their fucking minds and stay calm to make good trading decisions? Try not to. It involves cutting out the spine and breaking the breastbone. I think that's a little beyond what I'm into. Sorry, Dad. It's okay, Trash Dan. What do you plan on doing when Moass is resolved? Riding around the world in my yacht? Ideally hiring Matt Corus to do some menial task. And then laugh at him while he does it. Yes, Dicer, you are. But if the price jumps, you'll end up selling those shares. What's the possibility the price action November 3rd was the November cycle partially happening early? It was not. It was FTDs from ETFs. We have the data on the FTD spikes in ETFs. It's on the exact settlement day for FTDs from ETFs. And you can't cover gamma exposure early as those contracts have yet to expire. I know it's a lot of moving pieces, but believe me, I will just keep explaining them over and over again until everyone understands. Moonwin only signed up for Dillionaire so he could get access to my sweet Pickles picks. Websling is 68. Dude, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord and I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream's over.
I want to be a billionaire so freaking bad.
Ashley Steele, what's up? It is.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
This is very interesting. Max pay next week is 185. You think there's a good chance we bleed slowly all next week? It's possible, yeah. I'm looking forward to a time, either late November or in January, where you smile smugly with that Moass button on your screen while your options just explode. It'll be cool. Interesting. Is there any way you think the short hedge funds can get out of the squeeze opportunity in January? I don't think so. I mean, I guess, yeah, if there's not enough leverage and they're able to beat the price back down. I mean, there's definitely some ETF exposure, right? But also the market's coming up. So I think we're getting dragged by that a bit as well. I mean, our volume's at 630,000. If we get dragged up by the market, that's good. It's either, why does everyone assume that computer share, most people are just transferring their shares into computer share, right? So why would everyone think that's big volume? Also, this isn't big volume, right? It's just 20,000 shares. Why do you keep spreading rumors about me and a banana? I don't know what you're talking about. It's not rumors. I have DD. I've even spoken with the banana in question, as you can see. He's right here. Is there anything you'd like to say to him? When was the last time you were on Fox Business? I don't give a fuck. When was the last time you made money on Tesla? I said bond markets were closed as October 11th. There was an increase of price. GME price intraday. Do you think it's related? It could be. The banana was already brown before I put it up there. About time Transponding was honest about AMC. It's hard to be both a YouTuber and against AMC. It's a difficult position to be in, I guess. Where's Dr. K? Dr. K loves this banana. Why are we up? I don't understand this. Well, we're partially getting dragged up by the big run up in the market that's occurring right now, which is now consolidating, as are we. There's also some ETF exposure on GameStop today, I think. A little bit. It's not super significant, but yeah, all the other ETF stocks ran ahead of GameStop, so it's likely GameStop will have a little bit of running to do today. Now, if the baseline FTDs and ETFs are increasing, that's very interesting. So like if the day-to-day ETF FTDs are pumping up, that could mean that we're well on our path to being put on the rig show threshold list. Don't forget the FTD pile up. That's still there. That theory hasn't changed. Natty, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
I want to be a billionaire, so freaking bad.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Have you considered CCs? I don't sell covered calls on GameStop. It's too risky. Is IV same across all strikes? No. Getting approved for options in my Roth. I'm tempted to buy a ton of close to the money 1126 calls and too close to the money Feb 2022. Good idea or bad idea? I mean, that depends on the capital split that you're talking about there. If you're putting as much money into weeklies as Feb 2022's, that seems terrible. But, you know, if you're putting like a small amount into weeklies and a bunch into Feb 2022's of your total capital, like I would definitely play the, like if you have more money, it's always better to have less risk, right? Poor people just have, like, the poorest have to take on more risk if they want to make more money. I'm the original Natty, not the light. I know you are. Congratulations on the Tesla CFDs. I think we need pickle rocket power. I don't want the stock to rocket right now, Terran. I want IV to continue to crash. I got laser eyes. What do you got? A VWAP hat? Lame. VWAP's the best. You know what you're talking about, Matt Kors. My hands are diamond. No sell, infinity pool for life. You don't even own shares. I don't know if this is the real Matt Kors. I assume it's not. Scream louder, Banana Man. Praise Lady VWAP. Dan Power. Not Dan Power.
Fucking Dan's. I once knew a Dan. That guy sucked ass. His daddy was a drunk and his mom smoked crack. Dan felt the need to disagree, but the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. That's all I gotta say about Dan's. Dan's suck. Nobody likes a Dan. Get out of here, Dan. Hashtag not a cult.
Just connected. Thanks for your chat with Houston. It was super helpful to put the pieces together. Awesome. The job. What's considered good IV crush? I'd like to see IV around 80-ish at the money. That's thanks to Taryn. Taryn wrote that for you guys. If you want to watch a real streamer, tune into my channel. I say whatever is popular on Reddit and will confirm your bias and make you feel safe. If we end above max paying $5+, won't that hurt IV crush next week? A little bit. But I'm still not paying for theta, right? Which is even more important. Or as important. So I'll save money one way or the other. Why do you think we're crawling upwards today? We're getting dragged up by the market a little bit. There seems to be some ETF exposure, like baseline, but more than average. That's it. Danrod. Thanks for the new slam tunnel. Slam tune. You got it, Danrod. This is a good opportunity to ban Matt Kors back. This isn't the real Matt Kors. This is a pretend Matt Kors. If it was the real Matt Kors, I would have banned him already. Where are we getting the song about Dan Rod's throat? Is that banana? It's a banana. I'm sure Elon will say something to make the stock price go back up. How much money do I have to throw at you to play the Dan song again? I don't know, Carl. You throw the money and then I'll decide if it's sufficient. I want to extend my greatest thanks to Taryn for hire for that beautiful melody. That was beautiful. Generally saving either. I mean, we're not buying into higher IV, right? IV has dropped significantly since like in the last few days. So IV is going down and the cost of theta is going down. So they're both currently going down. IV is not spiking on this 672 volume day. How do I donate less than $0? What's your beef with this Matt Kors guy you keep mentioning? He foments AMC ownership. Further driving the distraction on GME. Lies to his audience and is a tool. Don't play the song, it's FUD and misinformation. Dan's don't swallow, we boof. You do both. And if you can do both simultaneously, you just charge extra. Matt Kors sold all his AMC in June. Chases super chat money. For what? AA battery. Just finished watching your collab with Wade, and it made the futures thesis way clearer and digestible. Basically a Watson to you and the quant team's Sherlock. Congrats on the move, and thank you for the edutainment. Thank you, man. I appreciate that AA battery. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. Thank you so much for the donation, dude. I appreciate that. Doing both simultaneously is just getting Eiffel Towered. That's a normal Tuesday. Thinking about becoming a pigeon whale. What do I get when I'm on the right side? The ability to lord it over the pores. My 2.5-year-old son is becoming a fan. He liked the pigeon whale song earlier and is slightly scared by the banana. This channel is definitely not appropriate for small children. Rocket Mortgage. We've been trying to reach you about your mortgage application. Please answer the phone. Never. Fuck you guys. I don't want to buy a house anymore. You ruined it. How high are you prioritizing the OI of the strikes you choose? I mean, as long as they're at relevant psychological levels, not that high. I'm not going to buy any off-brand ones out of the money. I'm not out of the money. The OI is more important. So the OI on way out of the money strikes is more important than the OI on options I expect to go into the money. So on the 250s and 300s, I'm not going to buy a 250, right? Because the OI is just going to suck on that contract. But on the 200s, 190s, 210s, the OI is not so relevant on these, because if they go in the money, someone will buy them. You guys seem to worry about that a lot, and I don't really think that's a relevant concern most of the time. GameStop has pretty liquid options, especially if it's running. I demand to know why Pi-Fi sounds so much smoother than I'm accustomed to. I don't know. No, they can't cover ahead. It's gamma exposure. It cannot be covered ahead of time. The options haven't even expired yet. Why is it irrelevant? Does it have to do with the Greeks, or is it purely liquidity? It's liquidity. If I throw a free undercoat sealant for your home, what are you trying to get out of me, Suggestively Ninja? Looks like they're done covering. Yeah. Or they're just shorting it so they can cover the rest at a lower price point. Anytime there's a spread in the bid, they'll short. That's how this strategy works, right? So they let price action flow naturally. And anytime they see a spread, gaps in the bid, they'll hit that with shorts, right? Because that jumps the price downward. But it allows them to use less short capital to lower the price, $3. Like we see here, the very, very little volume to drop the price, right? Now, this strategy does not work if we have high volume trading occurring. But in moments like this, it works just fine. Anyone got a link to the futures DD? They're all pinned to my Reddit profile. Can someone explain the difference between covering a short and closing a short? I can, Julian Riz. Covering means buying the shares at market. Closing implies that they are closing the contract for the share lender agreement with their lender. While closing is ideal, we want them to cover, because covering is what drives up the price. If we expect Citadel and Melvin and these big hedge funds to go under, then we should expect the DTCC to close their positions, not the hedge funds. So we don't give a shit if Citadel closes, right? We just want them to cover until they go out of business. Geofizzy drink. Dude, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream's over. You know what? I'm gonna bring back the old one again.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo money sucks.
It's not that I don't trust you, Gary. I don't trust anyone ever until I can look at the numbers. So go look at them. You shouldn't trust anybody. That's good. Hey Greg, I was introduced to your channel after the Houston interview last night. It was very informative. Definitely more GME than AMC now. That's awesome, Gordy. Glad to hear it, man. You've made a excellent choice there. Quicken Loans put their pickle in my jar. Rocket Mortgage sold us your information. We'll be calling you soon with an exciting offer. God damn it. I mean, like, options that are out of the money have more room to grow. So if you know a stock is going to run on a given day, which you never do, there's no guarantees in the market, right? But if you're very, very sure of a stock moving on a specific date, then buying out of the money calls presents the greatest opportunity for capital improvement. That's where you make the money. Because you can buy a shitload of them, right? And they're cheap because stocks don't run $50 in a day until they do. I had 200 calls for 11.19, down 48%. Should I roll them or wait? What strike would you like to move them to? How are you down? You should have like a significant amount of intrinsic value if you have 200 strikes for 11.19. Unless you bought them when the price was way up. Muchas gracias. Please, Andrew. Mo definitely sucks. I'm confused as how you're down on those. You see us dropping to around 190 by November 19th before making that upwards movement. It's possible. Yeah, no problem, Nick. FOMO fueled prophecy. A bit. I mean, the options are priced by the Black-Scholes model. They can't just price them arbitrarily. Does buying Feb calls put more pressure than saying buying leaps further out equal pressure? Usually what you'll see is you'll see IV tick up right before GameStop's about to move for no reason. And that's kind of, I think, what they do to try to hedge that a little bit. Equal pressure. As long as calls are being held during the exposure period. This is Flo. Our buddies Rocket Mortgage told us you might be looking for a new home. Just wanted to let you know that Progressive has some exciting offers. The folks just like you. Fuck off. Ridiculous. Gordon Ramsay raw VWAP hot dogs. If he bought 200 in the money while the stock was 213 at 206, he would have had loss excluding theta. I mean, yeah, I guess. But that's still weird. I'm trying to figure out the difference between a 400 strike and a 450 strike for February 18th. If it goes how we think it will, it seems like both would be fine. Even 500 or 800 Cs should be fine. I mean, yeah, they should see increased volatility no matter what. Would you consider CLF for a poor man versus cat? Interesting. I guess you could. I don't really like selling naked calls, but I suppose. If it sucks if it runs, though. I assume you're referring to selling covered calls on Caterpillar, like poor man's covered calls. Jake from State Farm put their Flo from Progressive gave me your number. I just want to know that I just want you to know that I'm wearing khakis. Congratulations, Jake from State Farm. If you're looking to exercise a few contracts from your call spread, which strike and at what point during the upcoming run-up would you exercise to be most cost-effective and put the most pressure on the shorts covering? I would look to exercise after or on the exposure date in January on the 25th. Within that window, or if the ETF FTDs spike again, which we'll know about in advance, then I would look to exercise on the ETF FTD spike date. Can you please check root and tell me your thoughts? Sure. I don't like the company. I'll tell you that much right up front. It looks like absolute dog shit. Constant downtrend. Even its peaks fail. It doesn't look like it's crossed the EMA 60 since June. Yeah, it doesn't look good. This stock has massive short interest on it. Yeah, I don't like it. It's running today. That's cool if you made some money on it, but like long term, I think it's not that great of an investment. Jake from State Farm sold me your information. Do you want to go rollerblading later? I don't know. I haven't had any. Have you had that conversation with your parents yet, Matt? I don't do rollerblading. Can you tell me the title of your options vid to watch, please? I have a decent understanding, but want to get your take so I can feel comfortable getting into some simple options for Feb. Cheers. There are a bunch of them all covering the same thing in the stream clips. You can watch my conversation with Houston from last night, Protege Son. I think both of those present pretty good best use case for February options. I will be making a video and writing a DD on various option strategies available for this period. CLF is a steel producer? Oh, okay. So he's talking about something totally different. Asking since the stock is $22 instead of $200. Oh, maybe. I don't know. Are they expected to like profit off of the infrastructure bill? Andrew Money. Jesus Christ. I got your information from that course. Can you please explain delta hedging to me? So when a market maker sells an option, let's say it's a long call. As the delta value of that option goes up, they're supposed to buy shares to hedge that increased value in case the option is exercised. What are your thoughts on maybe AMD filling the gap up to 149 from just 2 days ago? It's possible. Looks like it's just consolidating. Yeah, after such a hard run, it's expected, right? Oh man, I missed my AMD. Oh well. Thanks, Julian B. Super Stocks really doesn't like options. I don't give a shit. They're wrong. It's because they're afraid of them, because they don't understand them. But learning brings confidence. Super important. I have reason to believe that there is an NFT about you on Please DAO website. The same people who bought Wu-Tang have an Apes Together Strong and a Pickle NFT. No joke. Dan K, send me a link over on the Discord. That's crazy. Look at me. I'm becoming a meme. Long time lurker, first time commenting. Can you please tell me how to spend my money? Also, is the banana vaccinated? Thanks. He's inoculated. LRC gains, bitches. Nice name. Congrats, dude. Is there a T+2 or T+3 for the November run you expect? The November run is a T+2, T+3. There'll be additional exposure after the run, but not as relevant or strong. Any insurance plays? You can place them in December. The December monthlies should be should be a good place if you're trying to play further out, right? So if they roll, right? So our price goes up here. We know that. The thing we don't know is like, and the next 3 days can have exposure, right? So we could see some continuing upward price action. Then the question is do they roll or don't they? And that will decide which direction the stock takes. If they don't roll, we'll likely see a price decline into the expiration date, and through it, as a matter of fact, into this ETF exposure here. So we have our exposure dates, as far as we know, are guaranteed runs. And the difference between this cycle and the other cycles is there are 3 of them, whereas the other cycles only have 1. This is very relevant, right? The thing that launches all of these cycles happens 3 times in January, not once. Creand put their pickle Andrew Money gave me your information. Can you teach me how to DD, please? Only if you can teach me how to be popular on Reddit. So in regards to your question, sorry, I got a little off topic there. If we run here, then we have the exposure from this run, and then this will be the inflection point deciding if the stock continues to go up or it goes down, right? We don't know what happens here because we don't know if they're going to roll or not. So December 17th options present a good way to encapsulate whatever happens after. So if they do roll, these will obviously print a lot. But so will January's and February's as well, right? So it's kind of up to you how safe you want to play that. You could potentially put yourself in a position to I think January options are nice for this because they kind of guarantee that they'll cover this ETF date, and then whatever happens with the future cycle. So that's why I kind of like the Januaries. Also, they're, leaps, lots of liquidity. Clip it? Sure. Yeah, and what's cool about that is even if nothing happens with the futures and they don't roll, you'll still get a spike here to bring your January options back up again, right? So that kind of lets you encapsulate more possible movement, which because this is a thesis and obviously is only true after it has happened, then I think the January options offer the best insurance call for the early part of the cycle. I'm leaning towards heavy Feb. The January ones are just like a stopgap in the middle. Whatever profits I take from those are going to go into February, right? Because I want to hold options in February to increase exposure. So when they're exposed here on that ETF GME leap date, which theoretically should be the greatest exposure of the entire year on both GameStop and ETFs simultaneously. So of all these little run-ups, this one should be the greatest, as it was last year in January, because this is both sets of leaps. plus it's the final FTD date. So I want to hold options that cover this period from 125 and out through T+6 from that date, which I believe falls on 2/2. So from 125 to 2/2, I want to be holding options in February, because that forces them to not only hedge options, but cover all their exposure from volatility, ETFs, ETF FTDs, GME FTDs, GME leaps, or GME gamma exposure, ETF gamma exposure, there's more. Hold on. Oh, short positions. And on top of all of that, hedge my options. Mic drop. Yes, I'll clip it. Critters, dude, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you out of the
I
country
want
club
to be a
after the stream.
billionaire, so freaking bad.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Oops, sorry. I'm trying to see my NFT. What? You guys can access Discord via the link below, by the way. I don't see it. Oh shit. Pickle. That's awesome. People pleaser. NFTs are so weird. Freedom Mortgage. On this day of all days, think about financing your mortgage through us. Freedom Mortgage. America's Constitution is literally in our name. Freedom Mortgage. Thank you, Freedom Mortgage. Is my like donation link just becoming an advertising thing for mortgage companies now? Pamp it. How do you choose a good CPA? I don't know. I went to school with mine. I don't know if he's good at his job, but he's all right. Did you say you're doing another collab with Trade Spotting? Yep. Our boys throwing shade on Twitter towards all the AMC YouTubers. That's what I've been doing for months. So good. If you have $1,000 you don't care about, are you buying 1 DTEs with all 1,000 and then rolling them out after a potential run? Yeah. Have you posted your options DD and Wall Street bets? I haven't written the options DD yet. Wow, I'm really far behind on chat, aren't I? Would options expiring in March be cool? Sure. If they halt trading and do mad sketch business in February, I don't know, smooth brain. It's okay. But yeah, you could buy them as far out as you feel comfortable buying them. Like you could buy fucking leaps for 2023 if you want. It's just that February's are less expensive. It's not aiming for February. You want the options contracts to remain open throughout the price action of January. So you need February calls to make that possible. The price action is in January. You just want the calls to be in February so they're continually exposed. As we know, like you can see what happened last January when everyone sold their fucking weeklies on the 29th. And once they were able to no longer hedge those, the price immediately dropped. Someone a year ago told you that you create a GME futures theory to maximize gains in a once in a lifetime short squeeze. Would you have believed them? No, but a year ago today I was getting pretty bullish on GME. So maybe a little bit. So the gamma exposure from the run on the ETFs was covered on Monday, Mohadala. They weren't rolling futures. They were just covering the exposure from the push that occurred on the ETF date. That exposure is way more significant now than it was back then, though. Also, the stock was more liquid back then. They could short while covering. They can't do that anymore. There's no shares, right? They can't hedge as effectively. And that's something that we saw play out, in March, June, August, and again coming up in November. Because if there's no shares available at market, liquidity is dry, then the price has to keep going up for them to generate liquidity in order to cover. This is where DRS currently should have its most effect, is when they need shares to hedge and to cover, and there are none available. Because the only way to generate that liquidity is by driving the price up. Please check out Ride. I have calls in the money that I bought with unsettled cash and run the risk of a good faith violation if I sell before earnings after hours. You're in a risky spot because you could get IV crushed. What strike are you? If you're at like a $6 strike, I mean, this doesn't necessarily look good. Yeah, I don't know what strike you're at. Straight out of Jersey. You mentioned earlier that you'd be buying some Friday before the action and some the week of. Are you going to be buying out of the money options further out and closer to the money ones closer? Opposite. Okay. I'm going to buy the closer to the money options further out and the out of the money options like day of and day before. Because the closer, if the price moves up, like if they start covering on early on the 22nd, those in the money options are going to get priced out really, really fast. So the earlier you pick up the near the money options, the better, right? Because then you don't get priced out of them if there's a small movement. Bravely defended you from the Dans. Can you answer a question for me? Who's dumber, the average AMC holder or me for buying 50 shares of Prague yesterday? Both of us for buying any Progenity. Would 2 years ago today you ever imagined you would spend most of a year streaming, create a subcult on your stream called Dan's, and have your stream be completely based off Pickles? No. What's up, Hand? So what about buying Feb 7s on January 24th? Do you think the price action will already be higher so the options will still be expensive? That way you could... I think the options are going to be expensive because their intrinsic value at that point is going to be much higher, right? So like the 5/10s you're looking at now might be more on January 24th than they are now. If the price... I expect the price to continue to drive up through the whole cycle like it did in January, right? Like if we go back on, god damn it, why the fuck am I on this stock? If we go back through January, you know, that price action didn't just increase at the end. It wasn't all in one day, right? It was flat through the roll from the... Hey, that's not the futures. Hold on, I gotta zoom out a little. So some of these aren't, you can ignore the lines because some of them are incorrect. Whoa, what the fuck is happening? Okay. So ignore the lines because I've moved them around by accident repeatedly. The boxes are correct. The FTD fails. But this price action, like after the expiration date in December, we basically just continued up, right? And so if we continue up after the ETF fail, which I think was like right here, the December ETF fail, if we just continue straight up, by the time we get to this point, these options out here are going to be very expensive, right? I mean, that represents like 1,000% increase from our current price already. So yeah, I don't think you'll be able to buy them later. You might be able to get some in this early part of the cycle out here, but remember that our price is, you know, significantly higher now than it was then. We are significantly more illiquid. So these small variations in price that you see here are multiplied tenfold now, more even. So what would have been, you know, a $3 or $4 price bump here in early January, late December of last year could be a $50, $60 price bump now. Does that make sense? You have to remember that the scale has changed. When do your classes start? I don't know. I think January 28th, but I may not be attending. If you buy at the money on Friday and they drop the price Monday and PM, are you going to treat those as your out of the money options and then buy out the money again? Oh, confused what you mean. I understand what you're asking, but I'm confused as to the time frame you're referring to. And I don't want to misspeak on that because it's really important. I think Keddy is showing his face in public again because he thinks they're hidden and covered up their losses enough to get away with it. Maybe. Or he's worried he's about to lose all his investors. So in short, no, I don't like that play at all, Aship. I think there's other opportunities to buy within the cycle before the price ramps up astronomically. I mean, we know that no matter what, there's that period. There's guaranteed periods of flat or downtime, kind of, where we're going to see a crush in IV occur. And I think any of those periods represent a good opportunity to buy in and increase the leverage on your further out positions. Talk about if GME squeezes then AMC squeezes. Is that debunked then? I mean, it's not debunked. AMC could run if GME runs. It likely will if they're using it as a volatility hedge. If GameStop volatility goes up, and if they're long volatility on AMC, they'll want to push AMC up as well, right? It's a good way to split. It's an excellent way to split retail interest. Floating support resistance is what VWAP. You're I think you're lending too much to VWAP. Imagine looking at Cordele and thinking this is a guide, trust handling my wealth. Not a stupid man. Don't assume that. Recognize your opponent. Sliv Mizzet, dude. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream's over, man.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
talking about rolling profits. Is that using the brokerage roll service? No. Brokerage roll services are garbage. It's just an automated sell and buy at a later date. You want to roll your options manually. Nobody should ever be using that. It's trash. Yeah, I am McLong Johnson. Well, I might not be, but we'll see. If you only had 1K to play with, would you do an out of the money for Feb or use it for November 6 weeklies? Why not both? 200K gains in AMC like Houston. I am losing faith in AA. Great stream last night. Gonna study up on your cycle theory vids. Consider taking my profits and adding to my much smaller GME position. Just wanted to say thanks. Absolutely, DJBD. Glad to have you on board, man. Do your research. Remember, options present a great deal of risk. Is it correct to say that 350C November 6th weekly for a bid at 160 means that the whole contract is worth 160? 350C November 26th weekly for a bid at 160. Yes, it means the contract is currently worth 160. Well, someone's willing to buy it for 160. I'd imagine the ask is higher. I could look. I mean, these will get cheaper as we approach that date, right? But yeah, currently a 350 is 150 mid. The last one sold for 150. You obviously did good shilling G yesterday. It's my favorite stock. I like to talk about it. I enjoyed the Houston show. I was curious, doesn't RC have a fiduciary duty to try to force shorts to close? Also, how would GME benefit from DRS? Okay, GFound. So the benefit of DRS, as I see it primarily, is that we have it creates more illiquidity in the stock, which makes it more difficult for them to hedge their exposure in the derivatives markets. Right now, I think if we locked up enough of the float, we would see a massive increase in FTDs roll out of the obligations warehouse and a possible share lender recall. RC doesn't have a fiduciary duty to force the shorts to close, but he has a fiduciary duty to warn stockholders that the stocks they may be purchasing at market could be synthetic. So I could see that's why I think like the NFT dividend thing presents a great deal of risk to them, because if GameStop, we bought shares of GameStop in good faith with no warning from the company that those shares may not be real ownership in the company. And he does have a fiduciary duty to protect that. And so I think the current benefit of DRS is this increase in baseline FTDs as we move forward. And I believe it will act as a multiplier in these instances during this cycle where they really need those shares, because there'll be none to be found. And that could trigger a share recall. So I do think that, registering, 15, 20% of the float definitely makes all of this a lot harder for them. I don't know what we're at currently. I haven't really paid attention to the like bot that reports it or whatever the estimate is. Good question. I like that one. Can you use my stomp message to say there's only one stonk in this play, GME. AMC is a distraction stock that shills are pushing to keep retail away from GME. Don't get left behind. I'm all in GME. I agree, JR. I do not think that all of these plays are the same. I do think that GME, presents significantly more upside potential, not only because of the amount of the float and illiquidity. I think some of the other stocks could present that potential if their floats were owned. Their floats are all massive in comparison. GME has a very small free float. If you have 10 times less than AMC's, which, and that, and since that liquidity is so important for them hedging their positions, drying up that liquidity means they can't hedge, which is how you blow their positions up. I couldn't hear Pickle, but I don't want the guy complaining about audio. But then after several minutes, nobody complained. I realized I just hit mute. God damn you, Mr. Diggs. When do you plan on writing and releasing your options play, DD? Well, I just got moved into my new place, so I got some typed up last night after the Houston interview. I'm going to try to get more typed up over the next few days and try to get it out as soon as possible. There's a precursor to the options play, DD, that I need to write first, and that's more important because it lays out this whole theory, and I'm trying to lay out in a way that people can understand, because I think it's really important that they do. We're around 11 million shares in DRS. Okay, so not bad. About 10% of the float. A little more than that would be nice. I personally never bought AMC. You got it, man. But someone was currently holding in the red. I assume this first run up is a good opportunity to get out of that play, or no? Is it not related to ETFs? I mean, yeah, it can. AMC is going to move when GME does. So, a chance to get out of AMC will probably be a chance to get in GME, but you have to wait, right? Like you have to, if I had an AMC position that I wanted to convert, I would wait till they both run, try to sell my AMC near the top, and then I would wait for like a static period, like that gap between rolls and futures, and then I would buy back in then when the price is down a bit. That way I could, take that higher profit and move it into a lower cost position in the other. Will you go on Stonk Money's channel next instead of Fab Options, DD? You can just help him read each individual chat, including hellos and rocket emojis. I have no idea who that is, but cool. No. In Feb May cycles, the Wednesday had more volume and continued running versus the August one. The Tuesday had more volume and Wednesday ended flat. What are your expectations this time around? I think August 24th was a Wednesday. No, August 24th was a Tuesday. I mean, it depends where the exposure is. If the exposure is affecting ETFs more or GameStop more, and I think that's what why we see it play out sometimes stronger on T2 or sometimes T3 for ETFs or T2 for GME. So wherever the exposure is stronger, that represents the day that will have more volume and more price action. But I will be prepared for both. In fact, I will even be prepared if they try to cover early on Monday. If Jan Sneeze is officially chalked up to retail buying, how could GME be held at fault for an explosion resulting from a dividend? What? Oh, I'm not talking. Well, they can be if like a same. So like the shorts could sue them if they don't have access to the dividend. Because, it's like all shares in existence, synthetic or not, should be able to receive the dividend. And if the January sneeze is chalked up to retail buying, so the sneeze being chalked up to retail buying isn't entirely true. It's chalked up to retail having leveraged option positions and market makers and short hedge funds being forced to hedge their positions against that. But yeah, and GameStop, if they released shares and a dividend to only a portion of, I discussed this before, a portion of their shareholders, synthetic or real, they could face legal action. That doesn't mean they won't win those court cases, right? But the legal costs could be astronomical, and that's not good. So even though they may not be at fault, they can still be sued Does that make more sense for you? Obviously, they're not at fault for people shorting their stock. And yeah, I know Overstock won theirs, but they've been battling that shit for years, and it's not been good for the company. $12K people, that moves markets, I guess. Bug money can't push anything. What? All right, so November 24th, price spikes from 200 to 250. You sell all your weeklies. Are you holding your January ones or selling those too? I'm holding them in case they roll, Mitch. Because I don't know, like my January ones are going to stay up, right? They're not going to drop as rapidly in price as the weeklies would after a price movement. And so I'm going to hold those and see if they roll or they don't roll. And I'll hold those Januaries out until the price action in December. In December, I will sell all the Januaries at the peak. And then I will wait until just before the FTDs start to pile up and then use that money to buy into the Februaries. Miss my Kofa. I'm sorry, hey user. Sorry, guys. It's really fucking hot in here, and the headphones are making me sweaty. Thanks, Pickle Man. Appreciate you. Oh man, I missed a whole shitload of them. If one thinks we might hit 250 on 11/24, will we really make that much off, say, a 300C? Yeah. If you had a 300C today, and we hit 250, right? That contract would cost you $14 and it would be worth $1,600. By end of today. It's significant. But risky, right? Like if we only hit 225, you know, that I mean, it still goes up a lot, but say we don't move at all, then you just lose $14 per contract. Hold on, I have a couple more. Your stream with Houston last night had me gag de moi. We're gonna slay those busted hedgies, Hunty. Jimmy to the moon. Yes. Thank you, RuPaul, Andre Charles. NW, appreciate you too, dude. Thank you guys for the donations. I appreciate that. Sorry I missed them. I was ranting. All I got to say is thanks for all the liquid confidence you've helped me gain being on this amazing high train we called GME. Learning lots, my dude. You got it, man. I'm talking about the SEC report. Am I remembering wrong? Entirely possible. No, you're correct. I mean, they implied heavily that retail was the cause of Moass, and I'm telling you why they were the cause. It was because of massive leverage positions bought in on FOMO and the need for these short hedge funds. It wasn't like the price ran up for no reason, right? These short hedge funds were exposed. Their exposure, drove the price up. That driving of the price up caused FOMO, which caused them to get more exposure because people bought options, right? At some point during Moass, ETFs will need so many shares that may conceivably outstrip the available shares. If you're short or ETF, how do you manage that exposure or unwind the position? You're fucked. Not financial advice, obviously. Would you dump those 250s, 300s that are out of the money on the spike on the first day to see improved price action on the 24th? I'll have closer ones to the 24th. Wait, what? Would you dump this? The money on the spike? Yeah, I would. Well, if the spike is on the 23rd. That depends what we hit on the 23rd. But yeah, likely. Obviously, like, timing the peak is still timing the peak. You know, some people are going to do it correctly. Some people are not. That's the risk of weeklies. And when they turn around, they lose value very, very fast, especially if they're not in the money yet. I don't support the AMC as Moass as exclusive. And exclusive GME apes have to understand GME and AMC are connected. And it's not like AMC is holding down GME. Both are being played by algos, both squeeze. Incorrect. Both are being played by algos. Both don't squeeze. There's a reason Citadel is long one and short the other, Dave Balla. That's how hedge funds work. I hate to be the one to tell you that, man, but it's true. The Januaries will be acquired during the same November window. What contract is currently $14 today? $300s are $8. 250s are $28. 32 last sold. 300s are $8 last sold. And, you know, on that run up, those 300s went from 99 cents to $1,675 or $99 to $1,675 like last week. So food for thought. So if you'd had, you know, 5 of those, you would have 16x'd each one. Why do hedge funds hedge their positions? Jesus Christ. Fuck you, Multiblaze. What do you think RC promised to those 250 professionals that left Amazon, Google, etc. for GameStop? I don't know. I'll pay you more. No, it's just a distraction. And it's a perfect one. You give me one reason the AMC should squeeze, Dave Balla. One. So you're saying spend 800 on 100 300C contracts for tomorrow? No. As funny as that is, Darth Dan, don't do that. It will just serve to confuse people. I don't know how people are unlikely to be approved for fidelity options. Just like if you're not getting approved, you're answering the questions wrong. They run together because they were in the same ETFs together. That doesn't mean that the short interest is the same. If Kenny is long, why wouldn't it run? He wouldn't be long a bearish stock. No. Do you understand how being long and short volatility works? He's long volatility. If the stock runs, he makes money on the volatility going up. He doesn't care if the price goes up significantly. He just needs the volatility to go up. Your CEO just sold a fucking shitload of shares after months of telling you to diamond hand. Is it Adam the Hutt or Jabba the Aaron? I don't think AMC shareholders are bad people. I think they've been fooled. And nobody wants to admit they've been fooled. And a lot of them are up. A lot of people bought at $10, $14. So $40, they're very happy. I'm 14 years old. I'm so Fidelity. I have 10 years of options trading experience. I got level 2. Congratulations, JC. Who do you thinks I'm a rich option savant? I mean, that's what I'm looking at. You mad, bro? You can look at whatever options you want, right? I can't tell you what to buy. I'm just telling you what I'm buying and where I see advantage. I'll tell you what AMC has is they have a business that's going under and they have a bunch of shareholders propping up their stock. And what they are doing is they are taking as much money from those shareholders as they feasibly can until they go out of business. And they're pumping that money right into their own fucking pockets. They have a unavoidable mountain of debt that is going to crush them next year. That's it. Hey Dad, can you do some TA on the volume candles? Trying to learn what kind of patterns to look for, but I don't know if it's a bull flag on the daily volume. Thanks. Wait, what? Which volume? What are you talking about? Bull flag on the daily? Oh, we're up. We bounced on 195. And we have like an uptrend. This isn't a bull flag. Bull flags are very brief and have lots of volume. Like a bull trap. Like it's a hard, high volume run up into a brief period of consolidation into another upward run. That's what a bull flag is. Bull flags don't happen like unless there's a shitload of volume. They don't happen on longer time frames. I wouldn't look for them there. 5 minute at most. If you have a lot of volume in that period, then you can start to consider like but you still want it in a short time span, not over the course of like a whole day. Good. Interesting, quick name. I'll think about it. I bought some leaps already, so, but maybe I'll buy more. I think AA will diamond hand the 500 million shares they have to sell next year. Kool-Aid Man. Oh yeah. Awesome. Welcome back, Kool-Aid Man. Can you please take a look at Upstart? I can't tell if it's a bearish wedge on the 5. Have some calls trying to decide if I should get out or hold through close. Yeah, it doesn't look good. It could bounce though. Does it have like a... If you're in weeklies, yeah, this looks shitty. This could be like a double bottom. 232. This could be a double bottom. It may see a bounce in like the coming weeks. Back to the upside, but right now it doesn't look great. Adam Aaron, why did I sell my AMC shares other than to fleece my investors? Because I needed capital to YOLO into GME weeklies. NFA, let's fucking go. I wouldn't be surprised. Would you grab Jan's now or wait so close to that? I'm waiting. So impatient. I am waiting till the 19th to buy options. Unless we hit the EMA 160 first. If you want to buy options now, I don't give a shit. I don't want to pay for theta that I'm not using. Thank you for going on Houston show. What you said makes a ton of sense and filled in some gaps in the information available. Gave great reasons why shit is happening the way it is. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Lelu. I hope it did. Pants are for pussies. Thank you, Adam Aaron. I'm sorry if I missed this. Like, we did... But we determined optimal options, contract strikes, times to buy, etc. We've discussed it in theory, but ultimately that's research you have to do on your own as a independent investor. But we have discussed possible entries, possible strikes, possible times to buy in. Is there a way to determine which blue chips might be most negatively affected by Moass? No. How long has it been since you drew a pickle? 2 days, JFresh. You just don't watch the stream all day, which is disappointing, but I understand it takes a long time to paint your penis green. What time frame are you watching the EMA 160 on the daily? So before June. Oh, fuck. I moved that one too. God damn it. Why are these moving? They're supposed to be locked. Fuck you, WeBull, and your shit charting. So in Feb, we bounced on the EMA 120. In June, we bounced on the EMA 60, right? We had several bounces on the EMA 60, actually, throughout this whole time period, all of which would have been profitable options plays. After that, as price started to consolidate and more shares were offered at market, the EMA 160 became our floor. So our floor was actually theoretically higher than in that manner, and that our average trading price was staying above the 60-day rolling average. But there was a lot of noise from January, right? Here we bounced on the EMA 160 again here before the August run up. And then once again here before this most recent FTD run up. I don't know if we'll hit the EMA 160 again. We may get as low as the 120 though. But any of these bounces on the lower EMAs on the daily are significant. Now we do have a crossover in the EMA 30-60. It's a bullish crossover. So it's possible that our price action going forward could stay above that long-term trend that we have that kind of runs right through here. And so it's possible that our floor could ascend into the action expected in November. But yes, a low bounce on an EMA always presents profitable options opportunity in GameStop historically. And you can see that noise and how spread the EMAs were back then, right? Like the amount of spread versus now where they're very consolidated. Will I be taxed on my gains? Yep. You'll be taxed on any profits you take. Do you remember when every 21 trading days GME would have significant spike? This included the quarterly rollover dates and stopped happening around May, but there was a T plus reason for this. Yes. So actually, if you go back and look at this period really specifically, the FTDs were still, God damn it. The FTDs were still so high that on those FTD dates, we ran. There's your T plus 6 one right here. So even though they were able to stifle price action, we still ran. And even here during the massive share offering, this is an ETF leap date also, very interestingly, but it didn't align well with important dates for GME strikes, and the open interest was low because everyone had just sold out of their contracts, right? But even here in this sea of red, we see that ETF FTDs play out, or the ETF exposure play out on those 2 days. And this is, when 12 million shares were being sold, and we still have two up days, right? We see FTD exposure play out again here and here. And then, we begin we have a slight run here, likely due to the ETF exposure. Again, what we're seeing now, into a small dip right before we take off on the exposure date again. This is played out the same way every time. When they roll, the FTD exposure is significantly lower, but still very, very high. When they fail, the FTD exposure is significant. We were looking for an anomaly in this window, and I think we can confirm that we definitely got one, right? There's just no question about that. And hopefully, the anomaly in the January window is Moass. God, I love this stock. Bullish as hell. So if I understand correctly, the 300C November 26 weekly example that was like $150 for a contract is $150. Yes, it's times 100. That's share price per share. If the stock tanks, can I lose more than $150? Absolutely not. Is there a DD? Not yet. There isn't, but I will present a DD in the coming weeks or days, ideally, that discusses potential option strategies for different people of different budgets. Clip it. All right. I'm not crying. I'm jacked to the tits, but I'm not crying. Your stream with Houston made me realize how many memes this community has generated and how much I've enjoyed hanging out here. Best financial edutainment ever. Thanks for all you do. Thank you, STD Easy. I appreciate that, man. The real Ken Griffin. A Mexican food cart for dangerously close to Citadel HQ today, but I smelled my bodyguard after lunch. He smelled of mayo. I found out they make the best corn on the cob ever tried. What? Can you talk about how much we can make as poors with options? Say it again, Pickle Daddy. You could 10x whatever money you put in, theoretically. I mean, a lot of people are just going to buy weeklies, all right, and then be like, oh, it hit 250, it's going to the moon. And like jumping in their little rocket ship and all stoked. But yeah, and then the stock's going to come down and they're just going to lose their money. Don't be afraid to take profits. Take some, take all. Who gives a shit? It's more money than you've made on GameStop holding it, right? Is IBKR good for options? Yeah, they're my other favorite options, Brokerage. And before you get called a shill on your options DD for promoting options, I'm prepared. My body is ready, Peanuts. Gherkin, now teach them about option writing, theta decay, or delta neutral strategies. You shut your fucking mouth, Aship. What are the advantages? No one needs to know any of that shit. To YOLO. GameStop was born from the YOLO. Don't ever forget that. One man's constant desire to stuff all of his money into what appeared to be a shitty stock led to where we are today. Don't ever forget DFE and what he did. Because he showed us the way. Pipe, I really appreciate all the clips lately. I've been working and haven't been able to follow religiously like I used to. Hashtag not a cult. You got it, Idaho Beef. No worries, man. I understand. I try to make sure the important stuff gets clipped. I hope those are helping you. Surge put your stream is awesome. Great idea building a community within the GME community. It makes you realize how many people like the stock. When Moass happens, you will go down as a legend. Even when you go ghost, hodl or hold, praise be to VWAP. Thank you so much, Serge. I appreciate that, man. Are your near the money calls just a hedge for nothing much happening? Well, not they're to hedge for not as much as I expect happening. Right? So like if we only test 225, those near the money calls are going to print real hard. The out of the money calls aren't going to print that hard. If we test 250 or 300, then, you know, whew, those out of the money calls are going to print real fucking hard. But yeah, they're there to cover, you know, my base, like the minimal price improvement. That way, no matter what, I make some money. And then the out of the money calls are there in case we take a little rocket ride, a little Jeff Bezos trip. Not fully to the moon, but, you know, up a bunch. Kirk gets called a shill anyway. Yeah, I don't give a shit. I don't even argue with him anymore. It's just pointless. They clearly, like, don't read my DD. They don't pay attention to any of the shit I say. They just don't like me because I guess I'm on YouTube. It seems to be the primary reason is that I'm on YouTube. And then, you know, they pick up whatever other reason they feel like they can promote, like, oh, he hasn't DRS'd. But at the same time, I'm not like out there promoting negative sentiment towards DRS, right? So their point's just kind of moot. How much validation do you feel today? None yet. We haven't run. I'll feel a lot more validated on the 24th. Will I be rich with 60 GME? You might be. It's crazy. After learning all these advanced strats for 2 years in grad school, most money I made was YOLOing on GME in January. Same. Well, I didn't go to grad school yet for it, but I agree. I don't get a lot of CC money left. Does it make sense to play 23-24, then use those gains for Feb, or would I be spike move Feb up too much at the same time? Yeah, Feb's gonna move up a lot, dude. February is gonna get, if we go up like we did in January last year, Feb's gonna get priced out real fucking fast. There'll be opportunities to get back in Feb, but it'll be expensive. Don't forget you're a shill for having you do monetize your stream. Fuck yeah, I do. You don't forget you're a shill for having affiliate links in your description. Thank you for all the information. I went from believing hype to being irrationally informed thanks to you. Best of luck after the squeeze. Thank you so much, Ihiki. I mean, YouTube's going to put fucking ads on my stream no matter what. At least if I monetize it, I get paid for them. Which I found out by not monetizing specific videos. And then people are like, nope, there's ads on it. I posted your talk with Houston on SS, and somebody was within minutes poo-pooing the whole options thesis. Later, they replied back to me that they watched the vid, and it actually makes sense. That's awesome. Do you think the gag order for RC is done? Supposedly on the 23rd. Do you have a neck brace prepared for the 24th? Because if we run, you'll need one to support your ego. If we don't, I'll need one to support me. I'll be sad. You're making me more bullish on the stock I'm already all in on. People over SS are super sensitive. I had enough of them being narrow-minded. DFV, PiFi, DRS options, HODL is the way. I do want to be a Trader Joe shill, but they'll never sponsor this type of stream. They're family friendly. It's frustrating as an observer to see people refute something based on market mechanics because they saw a post about a tweet. It's hard to imagine you and your quant's perspective as creators. It's tough, but I expect people to be stupid. So it's not that tough. For those that learn and for those that are on board, I think it presents an opportunity of great value. For those that don't want to learn, they'll never want to, right? There's no time wasted on them. Can confirm, first time option buyer a few weeks ago. Accidentally diamond handed all my options profits without selling and got burned. That'll happen. Never get ads on Brad's stream. Who the fuck is Brad? My favorite ad was yesterday for selling plasma. Seemed like they hit the target market. See how they murdered our boy Cat? No, I didn't. Did they? Ah, it's fine. I got plenty of time. I'm not worried about it. Don't forget you're a shill for stealing my money. Oh yeah, I forgot, JC. Sorry. I couldn't help myself. Olga, thanks as always for your dedication. Streams watching you with YouTube Premium. I hope it banks your account. Fuck the haters. Thanks, Olga. No one ever did anything good without a lot of haters. Did you guys like ever go back and read like the shit people said about DFE and Wall Street Bets when he was telling people about this? Do I think this is equivalent? Maybe. I don't know how we can request loopering trading on WeBull. No. I message them? I don't know. Tweet them? It's not my birthday, but thank you, Steve. What's the indicator called on TradingView with the dates? Gherkin futures. God damn it. Hold on. I gotta open it up. I can't remember. I think if you just type Gherkin it'll come up, but it's called Gherkin futures cycle by the Winter Dev. The interview with Houston made me realize how much we learned with you during the last months. While previously I saw him as a star for confirming our bias, we just know more because of you. Awesome, General Motors enthusiast. That was my hope, was that I would be able to present. I mean, I never thought that I would figure any of this out, right? Like, but I was hoping that I could present an opportunity for people to at least learn to trade a short squeeze, and that's evolved. But I think it's been successful. You know, I watch like the Dillionaires chat nowadays, and you guys are, as a whole, far better informed than you were 6 months ago. It's impressive, and I think it's awesome that we have like even just the general chats, and you know, like the knowledge across the whole spectrum of like the audience here has improved dramatically from, you know, 6 months ago when I got asked what VWAP was every day. And that's because you guys have taken what you've learned on the stream and you've applied that, and you've also, you know, gone out and done your own research and learned. You've applied that knowledge and, you know, used it to find new gaps in your knowledge and then filled those gaps with information. It's cool. Some of you are still smooth as fuck, but for the most part. It's all the options hate because of Warden. A lot of it. Yeah, he burned a lot of people with his stupid play. I tried to tell everyone that it was a terrible idea and that he was going to lose people money when it was happening. I'm sure you could go back and find my stream from around that time. What's this weave-op you speak of? Thanks, Phil. You're welcome, Christina. Clip it so we can look back on it in 30 years. It'll be here. Well, maybe, I don't know. Does YouTube take down videos after a certain period of time? Do I have to archive all this shit somewhere? I learned so much being in your server and watching your streams. I'm mostly here to shitpost, but you all have stuffed knowledge down my throat and it's been stellar. That's awesome, Dan. Trash Dan. It turns me on to think so many gentlemen in this pickle cult are financially dominating me. That's awesome, Charlie Gay Manson. I spent several hours trying to learn options last weekend. Good. Informed apes are far more dangerous than stupid ones. You can archive your own nuts, Carl. As a novice options trader, what percentage of GME should I have in options? I mean, technically, if you're holding a long-term position, you should have 20 to 30% of it in long-term options, so that you can profit off of volatility in the underlying. If Jimmy runs leads to Moass, when do you roughly expect the peaks to be? First 2 weeks of February? Yeah. I think that would be a solid. I mean, we always thought that Moass would take a couple months, and if November 24th is what sparks that, then it really will. What do you think will play you when the GME movie gets released? I'm sure it'll just be about Matt Kors. Butt touch. Thanks, Dr. K. Dude, I brought your favorite buddy back just for you. Did you miss him? Did you miss the banana? I hope you see him at night. My $100 covered call is a bad idea. Probably. So I'm looking at this indicator just to clarify. August 24th or August 25th is the proper date. It's the 24th. It does not include the ETF rules, but I'm going to reach out to Winter Dev when I get a chance and get it updated. And then I'll post it, and after we get it updated with all the dates and all the windows, then I'll post the indicator in like a DD. If it's possible. I don't know. I have to talk to them first. If the market were to tank the week of November 26, could this just flatline our movement that week? Not likely. It could hold us back a bit, though. I mean, if people sell, you're talking about like a market crash. Like a market crash would obviously fuck us. You can't play options with the idea that some extreme event is going to occur, right? If it does, you get fucked like everybody else who's got money in the market. I bet they will make a composite character out of you, Chorus Trey. Why? Because you would hate that the most, probably. I feel like I've checked BKKT a bunch. It looks like it's consolidating, probably forming a head and shoulders before it comes down from this ridiculous peak it ran up to. On the 15-minute, it actually doesn't look that great. It seems to be having a hard time breaking out above 30. 2750 even seems to be like a pretty serious point of resistance. But there is upside if it can break 30. I don't know how long you're in it for. If you're just in it for the day, you probably made some money. So this could consolidate and break up, or this could, come down more and then form another shoulder. It looks like it might be coming down more. I love it when I say something and then it immediately happens. It's a good feeling. Winter Dev has 25th, not 24th. I haven't checked the other dates, but that's one error I found right away, so likely other. Okay, good. Thank you for letting me know. So there might be some errors with the indicator. It's fine right now. We'll get it fixed. We'll have like an official version of it. I hope. Wouldn't it crash for margin calls on the short hedge funds? Not necessarily, Jason. And if I'm right in my theory that like Citadel and all those big boys are massively short the ETFs and the market crashes, they'll make a lot of money. I think it's the fact that the market hasn't crashed that has fucked them so hard when it absolutely should have. You have to remember that these plays weren't approached with the intention of like destroying something. They were approached with the idea that they were going to profit greatly. You have to think about why they would enter such a risky position and how they got trapped in it. There's strategy behind it, and the strategy was not we want to destroy GameStop, not at least for those bigger players. I don't think. I think it was for Melvin. These guys are very risk adverse. The only way they end up in a situation like this is if they get trapped unexpectedly. Tesla could be fucked. Stocks don't like it when their CEOs sell a bunch. Would you rather do a bull call spread? 232.80 or just a call for February 22. And if I had to choose between weeklies and Feb, I would take the weeklies, but I am not that risk adverse. I don't care if I lose the money I put in on weeklies. I expect to, right? As you guys know, have been following me for a long time. Anytime I buy weeklies, my loss is the price of the contract. Fuck you, Moonwind. Are you still selling CCs? I thought you weren't selling CCs. You're back at it, you son of a bitch. I knew you couldn't stay away. You're gonna get fucked if you have to roll during Moass. Averse. You are correct. It is averse. Musk fucked up. He didn't exercise his stock options and now they're going to expire, so he's got to sell billions of stock to buy them, plus cover the tax, or lose billions more if they expire. Yeah, it's almost like CEOs don't make good traders. It's not the same business. Thoughts on AMC stacking a couple of puts. I didn't TP on when I should have. I'm going to take profits on them. Debated whether or not to take the hit. Max pain this week is 40, so naturally the price seems stuck to it. You might see a dip tomorrow. I don't know if you have weeklies, you might just be fucked by theta though. Peerless. That's going to depend on when your puts are for. Have they been short Jamie since 05? Since FTD has shown up every SEC FTD report then. I'm sure people have been short, but Melvin started their the big shorting on GameStop started in 2014, 2015. I had to cough up 2 months worth of premiums and roll to 11.19 to get out of my CCs. Yeah, that was crazy. A lot of people got fucked on covered calls on the last round. Key Femist, 2 things sure in life, Moonwind and selling CCs. Can you run those indicators on mobile for WeBull? Yeah. Are you talking about the EMAs? How risky is it to buy Jan with the intention to roll into Feb? Less risky. Great stream with Houston last night. Hopefully converted a few over to GME. Maybe. Can you please tell me what Cat is doing right now? Is this just chopping or is it an actual pattern of some kind? It's just been chopping. I mean, it's keeps finding the same support at like 208. Like it seems like it wants to go up, but it's definitely doing a little bit of consolidation right now. Volume's really low on it. It picked up a bit today compared to yesterday, which I think was super shitty. Actually, no, it's a little lower today. So, you know, I expect some consolidation in this range before it can break out further to the upside, but there's a lot of time on it and there's a shitload of potential. For the potential alone, it's a great play if you're in it for a while. Like my calls are all out in December. You know, if we hit early December without seeing any significant price improvement, I might rule them out even further. I'm pretty bullish on it. That is the real Chad move, Aaron. How long have I been trading? I paper traded for a really long time before I did it professionally because I wanted to make sure that if I quit my job and worked for myself, that I would make enough money to live off of. So if you count all of that time, it's about 6 years now. But max pain is 207.50, so MMMs could just chop it down, right? Yeah, they could. What did you mean by 32.2K for Feb out of the money contract? I can just show you. So if we're looking at a Feb 18, like 350 strike, right? And the price goes up to 350, which is somewhere around here. $350 in January. It goes from, you know, oh, and then IV also goes up. You can look at those hitting. Let's see, we expect right here, January 25th, 31st, so like 22.3K, 20.7K, end of January price. So for 1.42 or 142, you could hit a contract value of potentially like 115 at 350, 115 end of December, 115.32, or later in December, 100.79 at 350. Oh, sorry, the banana's in the way. I'll move him. Hang out with me. I don't remember the video you're talking about, but I think it may have just been I think it may have been like a smaller price move or something. 225 or something like that. I gotta update Reddit. I feel like it's been quite some time. I was kind of sad last night watching Houston try to keep up with Girk. At least he wasn't defensive. Girk's just on a different level. No, I mean, it was, yeah, Houston's experience is in a totally different field, right? Like, I hope it didn't come off as I was like trying to talk down to him or anything. I was just trying to get as much across as I could. I am poor. I am so risk adverse. That's fair. Level of knowledge you have in the market, the lack of mine, presume over 90% of day traders lose. You really do have to educate yourself to be successful. It's not easy. It gets harder every year to make good money in the markets. Do you expect FOB contracts to stay fairly expensive after November 23rd, 24th? Yeah. You keep asking me that, Moon, and I keep giving you the same answer. I don't think IV may ever be as low again as it will be going into this. Kichichella play the bongo drums as well as you. I don't have any bongos. Oh, are you talking about my keyboard? My keyboard's loud, sorry. Oh, I don't have a mouse pad right now either, which is probably making it way worse. How does me look? Oh, I sold earlier. Oh, it looked good earlier today. Was that was where we sold over here. So I did another test. That's good. The more tests of that like 1350 resistance, the better for it to actually break through. But if it dips back down to like under 12, that's just another opportunity to buy 1250s again for like a month out, right? Like you just keep enjoying the ride, that like $1.50 bump that, you know, like 2x's the contract. It's just a moneymaker right now. But that's the kind of play that you want to let you buy into stupider, riskier plays. Awesome. I think the cool thing about talking to Houston is I always feel like when I talk to him, he's always trying to absorb as much from me as he can. Like he's trying to learn too. And that's cool. I think only the boots. Well, it got close there with the microwave burritos too. Thanks for keeping us company on this roller coaster. Taryn, Pickles be with you. Pickles be with you, Taryn. Praise be to VWAP. Thanks for keeping us company on this roller coaster for the last 6 months and for everything you've taught us. I'll smile fondly remembering you when I dive into my pool of gold coins. Guybrush from Moass. Don't do that. I've thought about it extensively. It would be very painful. This is real life is not DuckTales. Woo. Will Ivy stay high? Thanks, Dad. Sorry for the smoothness. It's okay. Yeah, I think Ivy will stay high. I also think that the price will stay higher. Oh man. So for both reasons, I think you could get priced out of those Feb options really, really fast. Guys, the November 24th option is really November 26th, right? Yeah, the expiration date is 11/26. That's the closest expiration. Did you let out a verbal let's fucking go when RC last tweeted? The fact that he said options in his tweet did bigs. Oh, guys, make sure that you check out and upvote Zakure's post from earlier today. It's pinned at the top of the chat. It's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. For half-baked conspiracy theories, it's fucking solid. Sub 1 million volume, end of day. Maybe. We're heading for one. This is exactly what I said though, right? Like this is good. Every one of these days that occurs, one after another, where the thesis is proving correct lends more credence to the thesis, right? So like these days where I'm like, we're flat and we are flat and you know, we trade under like right around 1 or sub 1 million volume and IV is being brought down. This lends credence to the whole thesis, right? Because like as long as the price action is following exactly what we expect, then you know they can't surprise us. Now that either shows an inability to surprise us or a lack of interest in surprising us. Both are good. When will high strike options for Feb open up? Later, probably upon price improvement over 250. They're monthlies, not quarterlies. So, you know, further out options are going to have a wider range. Hot dogs are tacos, not sandwiches. Polanski. Yeah, I really like Houston. I know people give him a lot of shit, but he seems cool. If you had to choose between in the money options for 11.26 or 12.3, what would you do based on your theory? 12.3 presents an opportunity to encapsulate some of the roll, but I don't like it. So yeah, I would probably just stick to the 11.26, and if I got burned, I got burned, right? I guess if I wanted to play 11.26 safely, I would just play December 17th. But I'm not a huge fan of that date. Just because it encapsulates so little of the expected price movement. And because I don't like the unknown of the roll. Like if they don't roll, then like I just like my gains peter out. And I've spent all this extra premium on like gains that were never realized. If they do roll, then the December 17s are fucking awesome, but that's not necessarily going to happen. How did a 741 connection for lols? Awesome. Thoughts on why RC might wait until during or post Moass to announce the NFT related stuff? I mean, if I were him, I would wait till after all this shit is settled, right? And then announce a forward-looking plan for the company. Build true value, not speculative value based on the idea of a short squeeze. And it's likely that's what he's doing. He's waiting for the whatever squeeze occurs on GameStop to play out so he can do something. It puts him in a weird position. Bitcoin 4 hour. Tell me you're a Wyckoff without telling me you're a Wyckoff. Could Tesla... You could say there's a bad moon on the rise for the short hedge funds, that is. I think GME earnings on December 6th affects... How do you think that the GME earnings is on December 6th affects the run-up leading... Is earnings on the 6th? I didn't think they'd announced it yet. Do you have a source on that? Is there an SEC filing or anything? How highly unlikely... You can't internalize gamma exposure on your margin. Gamma exposure is exposure of your margin. So that's like trying to use a credit card to pay off a credit card, but they have one credit card, right? Like by trying to use margin to internalize gamma exposure, they would just blow up their margin even faster. Do people still hassle you about the Power Hour song? Apparently they do, Trash Dan. Apparently they do. I don't like playing the Power Hour song when it's like a shitty, boring,
5,
sideways day.
4,
That's all.
3, 2, 1, 0. All
I don't think all Power Hours are created equal.
We have a liftoff.
Some are better than others. Super smooth on options. Does it make sense to buy options on Monday 11/22, or should these be bought at the end of the week before Friday 11/19? I'm doing both. I'm breaking my position, my buy-in up. So on the 19th, 22nd, and 23rd, my weekly expenditure, which is going to be 10% of my total capital spent, is going to be spent, out of that 10%, I'm going to spend 30, 40, and 30%, right? And then with my other 90% of my capital, I will be splitting that 40, 50, or 40, 60 between February and January. And I will be doing that on the 23rd, the morning of the 23rd, if we haven't run already. Or if we haven't started to run. If we start to run on the 22nd, I will spend this money on the 22nd. But this will be January, this will be February. And then whatever profits are made off of this, 50% of it will be put out into February during that roll to expiration window. Probably closer to the expiration, depending on if they roll or not. You missed a super chat? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I? Oh. Any suggestions on how to learn options and what app? I'm in Canada. I think some of the people in the Discord may be able to help you out with who to trade with in Canada. I have no idea. Resources for learning options. Investopedia is a great way to introduce yourself to them and figure out, how each type of like call put works, and long and short, long calls and long puts, and also your broker, whoever you do decide on, should have some materials available for how to use their platform to facilitate those orders. Will you options on the 19th at market open? Probably not. It's a Friday, market close, maybe. Maybe I'll get one or two market open, but I don't see any exposure playing out on the 19th, so I don't see why not market close. Clip that. Oh. Got it, Sahib. Or Syrup. Was it Syrup? Who asked me? Oh, Syrup. Can you take a moment to relish the price movement on less than 1 million volumes so far today? It's nice. I mean, this is just systematic covering of whatever they needed to cover today, while maintaining a low cost average. Is giving exposure cover the volatility of the quarter, or just increase in value from expiry to new expiry? Both. Poops the bed. Would the June romp in 350 have made 824 more exposed? No. Actually, I think 824 didn't have a lot of exposure. The price action during that period of time was like not super great. Our floor did end up higher than the previous quarter, but barely, right? Like very, very, but it covers exposure in these small run-ups, and whatever exposure occurred here from the ETF, like whatever ETF like leaps or quarterlies were purchased here. I don't think it encapsulated a lot from this. And our starting point was low. Liquidity was high because 12 million shares had just been sold at the ETF offerings and GameStop's at the money offering. And so I think August was probably one of our weakest runs, or weakest potential for a run. If liquidity's high, it's much easier for them to hedge, right? And after all those institutional shares had been dumped to market, I think hedging was much easier for them then. I think that's why they were able to stop the price at 225 and just slam it back down. But over the last quarter, liquidity's dried up a lot more. especially with DRS. Could you look at me? Tell me if WAB will break 120. It keeps bouncing off 97. 120. Why would it break 120? Am I missing something here? I mean, this is in 2018 that it was valued that high. It's very possible that, you know, their current valuation does not meet the same standards that their previous one does. You're looking really far back for a historical high, and this is a local high already from that bump that it experienced over, well, all of 2018. It's possible it could break 100. I mean, it looks good. It's got a nice uptrend. It's been gaining pretty significant value ever since the COVID crash. But, you know, it's going to move in relation to the market. It's an airline, right? So is it an airline, or is it like something like that? Yeah, I don't see why it would break 120 currently. I'd be looking at 100 as a resistance, but 120 is way out. Yeah, I might post some for next, but we'll see. I mean, a lot of the Pickles picks this week we just did on the stream because I didn't have a weekend, Herva. Sorry about that. But I was doing the move, and unfortunately I didn't have time to do any additional. I didn't have time to do DD on GameStop, let alone additional stacks. But yeah, I should have some more for this coming week. There's a couple I have in mind that I've been watching, so we'll see how that pans out. Also, this week didn't look super good to me anyway. Like I was in on Cat, but I did a few plays on stream. Like we had like a nice Baba bounce play. I think we made some money on Visa, right? Something else. Can't remember what. When you have time, mind taking a look at AMD. Already did. Sure, it can test 150 again, but it's consolidating right now. It's a train? Oh, okay. Well, same answer. It's gonna take some. It looks like it's gonna take some time for it to break 120 if it ever does. So it gets harder every year to day trade for good profits. Why is that? High frequency trading, getting front run. Social media makes things interesting. This last year has been easier, but up until this last year it was pretty difficult. But that's because of all the liquidity. Like everyone makes money in a bull market. MGME retesting 475 mid-January, 800 in early March, and Moass in June from 1,000 to 20,000. Based on what? Fibs or Elliott wave? I don't like those for predicting the upward price action of a short squeeze. Short squeeze fly. If it squeezes, it's gonna fly away from fundamental price points. Or are you just talking like from its consistent growth trend? Could you quick TA on LRC? No, it's just like a hyped up crypto. It's just bouncing all over the place. Just buy low, sell high. That's all you have to do on it. You don't need any TA. It's got like a it looks like it's found a floor around $3. So, you know, look for psychological rejection points. Good time. So 325, 350, 375, $4. Those are all going to be like big psychological resistances. People are going to sell there. The price will come back down. If it's holding that $3 floor, it'll likely continue to hold it at least for the short term, and then bounce and go back up again. I'm using the previous movement. Wata? Is there a right time of day to buy call options? Way back, I thought you'd mentioned perhaps after 9:30 a.m. Eastern, like something happens then. I mean, that's when you can first buy them, DP. You can, the options market opens when the market does, closes when the market does. Some options actually trade a little after market close, but not all of them. If you had 20K to spend on options, what would you buy? I would buy some weeklies and then a bunch of Januaries and Februaries. More importantly, can you lend me 20K? No. September 2022 call options is what I would buy. Okay. Those are pricey. Why? Like now? Why not just ride the bumps on weeklies if you're predicting like so here's my point, Rick and Pawn, is if people buy further dated options and hold them, then we won't repeat historic price movement. We'll just keep going up because they'll have to hedge while they're massively exposed. You so tired somehow? Feeling good? I'm fine. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I've been sleeping like 4 hours a night and moving shit. But I'm alright. I'll live. I'm a tough boy. Dad is always tired. This is true. Why am I looking at Tesla? There we go. I mean, Jimmy had a nice day today. I was talking to Craig earlier, and he's very jealous that you let me call you Dad. Where is Craig? I haven't seen him in the Discord. Is he in the other secret Discords that surround my Discord? I hate it when Greek looks at other stocks. I get confused. Did you think it was Moass? Kyle Griffith, in your opinion, what do you think will be the best strike calls for GME on the 19th? I've said repeatedly that I'm buying slightly out of the money, like near, very near, and then slightly out, and then very far out. So I'm going to play multiple strikes, not one. The post is on the front page now. Hopefully we get some more traffic from this collab on this collab video. Awesome. Did you post my... doesn't matter. Over under 1 million for the day, you think? There are secret Discords? No. He's focusing on other stuff right now, but we're gonna chat together. He's doing good. Awesome. Tell him I said hi. What if the first thing you sold on the NFT marketplace is Ryan Cohen, Chairman, Super Smash Brothers character? Cool. LRC looking very good for upside breakout from a big wedge. There is a big wedge on the daily, yeah. It looks good. I'm sure it'll continue to see price improvement. Fuzzy Hands, welcome to the Dillionaires. I appreciate the membership, man. Thank you. Hit me up on the Discord and I will get you added to the country club as soon as the stream's over.
So freaking bad.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Okay, so I can see how somebody might get the idea that we would be a cult, but I think if you just hear me out, I'll lay out some reasons right here. Lady VWAP gets praised, so the stock gets a raise. Gurg leads us and feeds us with entertainment for days. We don't got great Kool-Aid, so it can't be a cult. We chant and have members, but it ain't Popeye's fault.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
We can't be a cult. It's impossible. We still have to pay our taxes. Yeah.
Jimmy Feb 18th, 250, waiting for a price dip. We'll get it next week. Awesome, Sir Poker. I hear from people on the interwebs that those are profitable calls to buy. Barney Kent, hi Gherk, great chat with Houston. Learned a lot from there. Thank you. Quick question: is January 25 likely date to trigger Moass? How long do you think it could run for? It could run for a while. I think January 25th presents an opportunity for Moass. I don't think it's going to trigger it all on its own, but we'll see what retail bands together and does. They have surprised many in the past. I'm sure they could again. Could potentially short squeeze anywhere from 5 to 20 trading days. It'll depend. If the cycles push up a week and we were buying tomorrow for the 19th expiration, we'd be looking for maybe 210s, 220s, 250s, or more of a spread than that. If I was buying today, right, for next week, I would be looking at like 210s, 220s, maybe a 230 or 240, like a couple of those 250s and 300s. That's a decision you gotta make, Wayne. I can't make it for you, man. My favorite world happened to be here and said it was a good song about pickles. Awesome, see more triangles. Fab 18 300s are cheaper. Oh, Jesus. Are you gonna YOLO all your fucking money into one price point? If I sell one share to exercise each call, would that be a selfish play? Absolutely not. Because you're 99ing to 1 the market maker that sold you that call. That's fucking insane, right? I'm absolutely going to do that. I have 110s and 120 strikes that I hope to exercise. And yeah, if we hit a price where I can do that by selling one share, I absolutely fucking will. I think I still have an 80. I've exercised almost everything. Have you discussed a way to cashless exercising? I've discussed a few options for cashless exercise secure. One of them is the one just mentioned, where you sell a share for $10,000 and exercise a call, or $20,000, or you sell a couple, right? Like if you have a 300C and we hit $3,000 a share, which isn't even that astronomical, you still have a 10-to-1 or a 1-to-10 exercise ratio. So we'll sell one share to get 10. Right? You sell a share for $3,000, sell 10 shares for $3,000 each, and you can exercise a 300C. So you 10 shares into 100 shares. Yeah, that was right. Like, that's one way of doing it. You can obviously have two contracts, sell one, use the premium to exercise the other. If your brokerage offers cashless exercise, or sell to exercise, or sell to cover, I think all of those present options for you to exercise your contracts when they're in the money enough. You could free ride it, theoretically. Yeah, they're going to add higher strikes because I need those further out of the money strikes to hedge volatility, Renzer. Yeah, no problem, Sir Poker. Gilboito. I know you probably answered this 1,000 times. I did probably have. But what dates are you saying you think calls for November 26th will be the cheapest opportunity to buy in? The 22nd and the 23rd will present the cheapest entry dates. But if we run on the 22nd, then the 23rd is no more. Sam Q. One sec, man. Update for everyone on my cat Freya from last week. Unfortunately, she had severe kidney disease and passed peacefully at home today with her family. My Moass co-pilot will be looking down on all of us. I put a picture of her in the Discord. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I hate it when people lose their cats. They're way better than people. Freya for Moass. I agree. Fuck that stupid fish. Freya's way cooler. I'm sorry to hear that, Sam. She has ascended onto VWAP. How does exercising on WeBull work? I saw that you have to email them or contact them, and you can't let it get auto exercise on expiry date. Yeah, you have to contact all brokerages to exercise options in advance. I've ordered cover calls on a terrible investment. Can I sell my shares, or what would that do to that position? It would just give you like a naked covered call. You would have to buy those contracts back if you sell the underlying shares. Are you selling? You can buy back those contracts at whatever value they have currently, and then sell your shares of that investment. calls on the 24th with stop limits as well. Probably, yeah. I usually use stop limits to back out of my calls. I was thinking of YOLOing 10K on At the Money weeklies for the 24th run up. We'll be YOLOing in Febs and Jan. The idea is that you can, okay, say you have 10 grand, right? And you want to try to play this fucking window. You can get by putting 10% of that, like $1,000 into weeklies here, and 9,000 into Feb Jan. Oh, that's backwards. God damn it. No. There. You can get the same amount of leverage between these two positions because of the cost of theta. Right? So there's no reason to like dump. It's stupid to dump like all your money into weeklies. Like, yeah, sure, if you dump all your money there, you can make a fuck ton of money very quickly. But you take on a ton of risk. And it's not like these aren't going to also go up in value if these go up in value, because they will. IV, KO, different IV at different strikes because of OI. I think maybe should be called the short of everything. Sorry, I was feeling a little degen, but now I'm more risk adverse. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't even put $10,000 into fucking, and I'm an absolute degenerate and have more confidence in my own theory than anybody else should have. And I wouldn't put $10,000 into November weeklies. Maybe a few grand. Basically, the idea is the more money you have, the less risky you have to be. Right? The less money you have, the more risky you have to be, because you need to grow that capital rapidly in order to play things that are less risky. So there's two sides of that fence. People that have capital and money to do that and be risk adverse, and people who don't have that opportunity or advantage. And what a $10,000 loss might mean to someone on one side of that, divide. A $500 loss could be equally devastating to the person on the other side. Spicy Yogurt, welcome to Dillionaires. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate the membership. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
I want to be a billionaire, so freaking bad.
Yeah, all that 915 traders, just people playing Moass. IV also. Like if we run $50, those go up, right? If you buy them low. So if you buy them here and we run, the premium on those goes up a lot because they're so far out of the money. If you're an available couple currently at 2,025, do YOLO on November, then wait to enter Feb when it calms down. I would play it safer than that. You play it as safe as you can, always. You should always pick the safest option but also don't like cut yourself out of potential on the weeklies, right? Like if you have $2,500, you know, and you know, you can risk a small portion of that, like $250 on like out of the money weeklies, right? And then you could, you know, put the rest of it into, you know, like safer longer term plays like January, February, right? And that way, you know, if this doesn't pan out, you know, you still have like a decent amount of value left. I mean, if November 24th pans out and hits 250, you don't have to put a lot of capital in to make a lot of money. Like, sure, the more you put in, the more you'll make, but, you know, also the greater risk you're taking. Because I'm just not familiar with what good contract values are. New to buying them. It's your, I mean, the value is the price is price per share for the contract. I mean, like, at the money is obviously safer than further out of the money because it has a better chance of becoming in the money. So the YOLO is better reserved for if you're in the $500 range. I mean, even in the $500 range, you could play like one call safer, right? You could play like one December 17th and then, you know, 10 weeklies. Weeklies are cheap as fuck. I want you guys to understand that when we expect this to run, it's a holiday week, right? So, those options are like on the 22nd and 23rd. Well, let's say the 22nd, right? Because on the 22nd, those options are like 2.5 DTE. These are not going to be expensive. You could buy, I mean, they'll probably be like $30 for out of the money contracts, maybe, you know, $115 for in the money contracts, or nearer the money contracts, like 220s or something like that. They're not going to be super pricey. And so you could, you know, you can buy a lot of fucking contracts for very little money. You don't need to dump, you know, tens of thousands of dollars into this like highly risky weekly play when you can put a big chunk of money into much safer options and use a small amount of money to play the risky side of that, right? Now, don't get me wrong. If everything plays out as expected, and you put like 100 grand into 300 Cs, you could get very, very rich very quick. But at the same time, you know, you could also just lose 100 grand. Clip everything, please. The holiday's on the 25th. they've had a year to figure out how to keep the price from spiking, and they didn't figure it out in August. I don't think they've figured it out by now. There's no way to dodge gamma exposure. It's tricky, right? Like you can't pack gamma exposure into a derivative. You can't hide it. You just need to cover it or you blow up your fucking margin. Really dumb question. What would be the downside if I write a covered call for January 2023, assuming an institution 8 picks it up and pocket the premium to buy more shares, $15 strike? Not bad. It's a strategy. Let's give your viewers an example of what to expect during Moass. I'll transfer you 1 share right now, and you'll send me $300,000. Thoughts? No. I just did a call debit spread vertical and sold 670 and bought for 660 for June. I paid $24 and my max loss is $24 and my gain is 962. It's a 40x return. Now you benefit from Leap too. Yeah, that's not bad either. If you're on margin, a lot of people aren't. And that's a more complicated position to, I mean, we're still, arguing the basics of like in the money, out of the money here. And that's a position that has to be unwound a little bit. So yeah, I mean, yes, there are better strategies, Rock and Bond, but simple, no. Simple is important. For the people that know options, they're going to choose, like credit strategies, right? Because they can get credits. But for people that don't, that's not really going to be a thing. It also requires level 3 options, which a lot of people don't have. Sent DM on Discord. Oh, it kicks members. You just kick them? You had to kick pigeon whales? What were they spamming? And if the pigeon whales are spamming in the pigeon whale chat, let them go nuts. But if anybody was kicked, you can just rejoin. But don't spam, please. The fucking caw again. All right. Thank you. Not seeing any. Lighting one before the stream is feeling good. Is Ka Crawford? I don't know what Ka is. If you live streaming yourself buying calls on the 19th, I want to make sure I'm doing it right. Maybe. I'm reading this options thing. But buying out of the money calls for $250 for January, a smart idea, or do it Feb to be safe. Feb is safer than January, but January is fairly safe. Treswan the one. kilowatts. Not a regular, but the Houston stream yesterday was hype. Too poor for options for poors, but thanks to the futures ETF leaps breakdown. Awesome, man. All you got to do is hold. For the people that can do options, this presents an awesome opportunity in my mind. For the people that can't and have been with us this whole way, you know, ideally this will help you get rich too, because that exposure on the short hedge funds and the ETFs and the market makers could cause the value of the stock to go up significantly. So if you're just holding and you're X or XX holder, and you know, all the idea of losing $500 would really break the bank, then just hold. You'll be good. Dan? What? Cause a Dan? I'm confused. Knock that shit off. I can't deal with your guys' nonsense in the Discord while I'm trying to stream. 70K into February 18th, 600s. God damn it, Moon. Stupid. There aren't even 600s open for Feb 18 right now. YouTube's removing the dislike button. Don't have to worry about those pesky dislikers anymore. Whatever. How expensive do you think weeklies will be in Jan prior to the 25th when this plays out? A lot more. I mean, weeklies will always be cheaper, right? Like, I'm still going to play weeklies throughout the whole cycle, because they'll always be much cheaper than like longer dated calls. But, you know, they're going to go up. The range of strikes will narrow as the price increases. We could max out the chain, which leaves very little opportunity to get in, right? Sorry, just consensus is November 19th, a good time. I think, I mean, I'm entering the first part of my position on November 19th. Best times to buy February's after the November run. Well, we only know of two down periods that don't have possible upside potential. One of them is here between the roll date and the next ETF exposure date. And then the other window is here from that ETF exposure date till the first FTD date. These are the only two windows that we know the price can trade flat or down. But the price spikes hard here. And so it's tricky, right? You have to get the tail end of this price action, right? So you either have to get in like early, and that means hopefully they didn't roll, because if they rolled, then this window is tricky to get into, which only leaves this window. But those are the two like good entry windows. If they do roll, however, this window is longer because the FTD shouldn't pile up as hard until the big run up on the 25th. There'll be FTDs, but there won't be as many if they roll. $20 dislikes, new record. No. 3-4 DTE calls are fun and helpful to learn. Made 4,800% profit off a single $15 call. Cheap to learn and see how it plays out. Me on its third test of the day. That's good. This one actually looks strong. So the trading view chart needs some work, Dilly Dollarson. Give it a day or two, and we'll have like an updated one. I'll start putting it in the description so people can use the indicator to plan out whatever they're doing. Do you think caused the small run earlier today? Just probably some ETF exposure that was playing out, not significant. We saw it play out on all the other ETF basket stocks today as well. GME last, of course, but Captain Biscuits, dude, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream is over.
I want to be a billionaire, so freaking bad. Praise me up, but hashtag not a call.
Still time to get those 20 dislikes. Tell us your thoughts on pineapple pizza, cities in Pennsylvania, third world countries, children. Don't forget dogs. Do you ever trade advanced option strategies? No, because I think it's a fucking waste of time. I'm not a hedge fund. I don't feel like spending my entire day unwinding positions at minimal profit. I trade momentum, and so most of my sometimes I'll straddle. I've done iron condors a few times, but for the most part, more like I have debit spreads, but nothing too crazy. Multi-leg options generally are just a pain in the ass unless you have shitloads of capital. Pax 1Z, you're a bit long and garbage. How do I dislike the stream twice? You can't, Trash Dan. Haha. Is that possible that they'll fail to roll in an attempt to price out retail for Jan Feb? If they fail to roll, like, it doesn't price out retail for Jan Feb. If they fail to roll, then the IV should decline into December 22nd. After the November run up. So like a whole month. If they roll, then the price should continue up into 12.9, and then it will dip from 12.9 to 12.22, at which point it will go up again, but then it will dip likely all the way out to January 25th. Mature. Oh, and your comments are mature. Like, no one gives a shit what you like, right? If everyone else likes it and you're the dissenting opinion, why would anyone acknowledge it? If you're buying close to the money for November 210, 220, 240, how far out are you willing to go for your February 18s? 300, 320, 350, 450, 510. I'm willing to. I mean, my February options now are going to be like 300 and 350. I might get some 250s, but that's probably the range of my Feb spread. As I buy more, I will buy them higher up as the cycle plays out, and I have more and more confirmation. What are the chances we get a second squeeze after it hits some absurd number and crashes down to the low hundreds? Wouldn't all the buying back in moon it again? Oh yeah, there'll probably be another squeeze, like a dead cat bounce after Moass. I thought it would make him play the song. Do you want me to play the Dan song? Is that what this is?
Fucking dance. I once knew a Dan, that guy sucked ass. His daddy was a drunk and his mom smoked crack. Dan felt the need to disagree, but the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. That's all I gotta say about Dans. Dans suck. Nobody likes a Dan. Get out of here, Dan. Hashtag not a cult.
If you expect the price to continue up, then you would roll up and out. If you expect the price to not continue up so much, then you would just roll out. You can roll out and down if you don't expect the price to improve dramatically. There's a lot of different ways to roll your options. There's no reason to slap so hard. Why do you encourage them? I don't know, it's fun. Do you actually mean a second squeeze or just a run up after a post Moass crash? Just a run up after a post Moass crash. It's called a dead cat bounce. It's just because like a lot of people buy back in when it gets cheap and then it runs up again. The FOMO dies off slower. Nice, John. I can see the 10 share candle. Terran for Hire made the new Dan song, and it's dope. Of course, the Dans love it. You can't insult a Dan, Terran. You have to. Pi-Fi's option strap for Moass is selling CCs. If someone wants to buy them, I'll be more than happy to sell one. Go Jimmy, go. Jimmy hype man. I love how fucking just absolutely flat the stock is and how excited you are. It's great. Thanks for being here. We like having you. Missing the LRC volatility. Am I? I don't care. Just buy the fucking coin and sit on it forever. Will they just keep expanding the options chain to climb with the share price during Moass? No. They will and they won't. Like, if the chain maxes out, they'll add some more strikes like the following week, but I think. I'm not even sure of that. I know I found somebody did a write-up back in the VW squeeze about like the options chain. And they mentioned that like it just kept getting maxed out as the price went up. I'll sacrifice my dad to the banhammer every week until we get our numbers up. Look out, there's a tornado dangerously close to your left flank. Okay. Well, that's kind of cool, Janiski. I could, cat party. Magnus Heisman, I just want to say thank you for your fun stream. Gonna miss it after Moass. Greetings from Germany. Greetings, Magnus. I might miss it too. It's been fun. But it's gone on long enough, and it's got to at least go on for 3 more months. So we'll see how I feel about it then. For GME, since I've been watching, they've been having strikes 2x of our daily high, and they put new ones in the following day. Okay. Thank you for paying attention to that, Atomic. Other stocks are closer to 1.5, so it seems to be stock specific. It is. Does earnings on the 23rd November change anything for November weeklies? Thanks. Earnings isn't on the 23rd. Why does everybody keep coming up with these fucking earnings day? GameStop hasn't announced an earnings date yet. Does earnings tomorrow change? Earnings will probably be December 8th or 9th. So everything's just happening on the 23rd now. I hate that. I wish RC would stop watching my fucking stream. Ding ding. All right. Well, not a bad day. Up $5. Managed to hold a little bit above max pin. I don't know if that's going to stay true going into tomorrow, but a nice 14,000 buy order there right at the closing bell. GG. Thank you guys all so much. I appreciate you hanging out. For those of you guys that became members today, make sure that you hit me up on the Discord so I can get you the instructions for how to link up your accounts and get added to the Billionaires Country Club. For the rest of you, I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning when we close out this week. Thank you all so much and have a great night. Not an advisor. Frigulon.